So, Shalom, guten Tag, hello, and welcome to the second day of Media Tel Aviv, the Israeli-European Summit. I hope you enjoyed the day one yesterday. Did you enjoy it yesterday? Well, what did we do yesterday? We had some very, very interesting and inspiring discussions. We spoke about how did crisis and the recent years and the pandemics and the war now in Ukraine, how did they challenge our societies, our democratic values? We spoke about the freedom of press in Europe, in Israel, but also around the world. So what are we talking about today? Today we want to talk about topics that are very important for Israel and also for Europe. And I mean, you learned already yesterday about my complicated identity, born in Ukraine, grew up in Germany, living in Israel for 12 years. And I think Israel's identity is not less complicated, and the history of Israel is not less complicated. Israel always wished to have great, relations with its neighbors. And unfortunately, for many years, it didn't work out. And we want to talk today about the recent agreements, normalization agreement, the Abraham Accords that Israel, had in the past years with some Arab states. We want to talk about online anti-Semitism. We have also an amazing Yeke panel, and we have a panel with young German journalists. So really amazing also agenda for today. Get excited. And now I want to welcome with a greeting the Minister of State of Federal Foreign Office of Germany, Tobias Lindner.
Sehr geehrte Damen und Herren, ich freue mich sehr, Sie anlässlich des zweiten deutsch-israelischen Mediengipfels begrüßen zu dürfen. Israel und Deutschland haben in den vergangenen 3 Jahren ungeahnte Herausforderungen erlebt. Die globale Covid-19-Pandemie hat uns allen viel abverlangt. Allen voran die Sorge um unsere Mitmenschen, um unsere Familienangehörigen und Freunde. Bleiben Sie gesund, hat sich nicht umsonst zu einem viel verbreiteten Gruß entwickelt. Aus der Überzeugung heraus, dass jedes Leben zählt, haben wir die Kraft geschöpft, Ausgangssperren zu ertragen, auf liebgewonnene Gewohnheiten zu verzichten, vielfach auch erhebliche wirtschaftliche Einbußen hinzunehmen und gemeinsam zu stemmen. Israel hat in besonders beeindruckender Weise auf diese Herausforderungen reagiert und sich in vielerlei Hinsicht zu einem internationalen Vorbild für den Umgang mit der Pandemie entwickelt, auch für uns in Deutschland. Die lebendigen deutsch-israelischen Beziehungen auf dem Gebiet von Wissenschaft, Medizin und Technik konnten in dieser schwierigen Situation ihr besonderes Potenzial entfalten. Der intensive Austausch zur Wirkung von Impfstoffen ist dafür nur ein Beispiel. Ich möchte aber auch noch einmal erwähnen, dass deutsche und israelische Botschaften gestrandeten Reisenden des Partnerlandes ganz selbstverständlich unbürokratisch geholfen haben. Im 3. Jahr seit Beginn der Pandemie können wir uns nun wieder von Angesicht zu Angesicht austauschen. Und so habe auch ich im Juli die Chance auf einen ersehnten Besuch in Jerusalem, Tel Aviv und Ramallah genutzt. Aber die Nachwirkungen dieser schwierigen Zeit der Pandemie sind weiterhin spürbar. Angst und Unsicherheit sind in den letzten 3 Jahren eine gefährliche Allianz eingegangen mit bestehenden antidemokratischen, antisemitischen, rassistischen und antiliberalen Tendenzen. Wir haben eine erschreckende Bereitschaft erlebt, noch die abstrusesten Falschmeldungen zu glauben und zu verbreiten, wissenschaftliche Fakten als bloße Meinungen abzutun, seriöse Berichterstattung, die nicht dem eigenen Weltbild entspricht, als Lügenpresse zu beschimpfen und vor allem nach Sündenbocken für einfache Erklärungen zu suchen. Letzteres bedeutet in Deutschland und Europa, leider auch im Jahr 2022, immer wieder auch antisemitische Ressentiments zu bedienen. So wurden im Jahr 2021 über 3000 antisemitische Delikte polizeilich erfasst, darunter eine steigende Zahl digitaler Hetze in sozialen Medien, eine Zahl, die nicht nur mich erschrecken lässt. In vielen Regionen der Welt beobachten wir, dass gesellschaftliche Gruppen, die bisher wenig mit rechten, antisemitischen, rassistischen oder antidemokratischen Gedankengut in Berührung gekommen sind, plötzlich bereitwillig geistige Brandstifter unterstützen, die wahlweise ausländische Investoren, linksgrüne Faschisten oder eine jüdische Weltverschwörung hinter den Pandemieschutzmaßnahmen ausmachen. Seit Februar erschüttert zudem der russische Angriffskrieg auf die Ukraine unsere Gesellschaften. Eine Entwicklung, die für viele Menschen so unglaublich scheint, ein Angriffskrieg mitten in Europa gegen eine souveräne Nation und die so bedrohliche Folgen mit sich bringt, von Energiepreisen bis zu globaler Ernährungskrise, dass mancher lieber auch in diesem Kontext auf einfache Lösungen vertraut. Hier setzen die russische Desinformationsmaschine und ihre Helfershelfer an. Der Westen sei schuld und könnte, wenn er nur wollte, all dieses Leid mit einem Strich beenden. Meine Damen und Herren, das kann allein der Aggressor, Russland. Wer die Komplexität der modernen Welt nicht mehr erträgt, findet schnell eine ganze Reihe von Missständen, für die man die da oben, den Islamisten, den Juden oder die Presse, kurzum die anderen, zur Verantwortung ziehen will. Wie gefährlich solche Verschwörungstheorien sind, kann Deutschland aus seiner eigenen Geschichte heraus leider nur allzu gut beurteilen. Die Dolchstoßlegende nach dem Ersten Weltkrieg und der Wahn von der jüdischen Weltverschwörung haben maßgeblich dazu beigetragen, den geistigen Nährboden zu schaffen für das Schrecklichste, was Menschen anderen Menschen antun können. Das von Deutschland begangene Menschheitsverbrechen der Shoah, der Mord an 6 Millionen Juden, fügte dem jüdischen Volk unermessliches Leid zu, das bis heute nachwirkt. Deutschland ist sich dieser fortdauernden Verantwortung für das dunkelste Kapitel seiner Geschichte bewusst. Nur, wenn wir diese Verantwortung annehmen, können wir die Zukunft gestalten. Wunderbarerweise ja heute auch gemeinsam mit israelischen Partnern und Freunden. Dies bedeutet heute mehr denn je auch, der Flut an Fake News, Verschwörungstheorien, Hass und Hetze entschieden und aktiv zu begegnen, ganz gleich, ob sie von verunsicherten Bürgern, individuellen Profiteuren, populistischen Stimmungsmachern oder, wie inzwischen leider auch nicht selten, politischen Führungspersönlichkeiten bis hin zu Staats- und Regierungschefs ausgeht. Zuallererst in unserer eigenen Gesellschaft, aber auch darüber hinaus. Wo immer auf der Welt Rassismus, Antisemitismus und Fremdenfeindlichkeit einen Nährboden finden, wo immer ein Staat solcher Menschenverachtung Raum gibt, hat Deutschland die Pflicht, sich dem entschieden entgegenzustellen. Die Politik allein kann dieser Herausforderung nicht gerecht werden. Sie braucht an ihrer Seite und immer wieder auch als Korrektiv eine lebendige Zivilgesellschaft und eine Medienlandschaft, die hinterfragt, einordnet, klarstellt, die Menschen keine einfachen Lösungen anbietet, sondern sie dabei unterstützt, die Komplexität der Welt im 21. Jahrhundert zu akzeptieren und zu durchdringen. Ein konstruktiver öffentlicher Diskurs braucht die Bereitschaft zum Dissens, die Akzeptanz, dass wir nicht immer einer Meinung sein müssen, um uns zu respektieren und konstruktiv miteinander umzugehen. Israel, meine Damen und Herren, ist ein beeindruckendes Beispiel für einen lebendigen solchen Diskurs zwischen Politik, Gesellschaft und den Medien. Der zweite europäisch-israelische Mediengipfel bietet die Chance, sich über die Herausforderungen einer postfaktischen Welt auszutauschen, zu inspirieren und voneinander zu lernen. Dass Sie, werte Gäste, die schwierigen Themen nicht scheuen, zeigt ein blickendes Programm des gestrigen sowie der kommenden 2 Tage. Von den Krisen für eine demokratische Gesellschaft infolge von Pandemie und Krieg, über Antisemitismus, Fake News und Hetze im digitalen Raum bis zu Holocaust-Gedenken in der 4. Generation. Für Ihre Bereitschaft, sich mit diesen oft bedrückenden, aber umso wichtigeren Themen auseinanderzusetzen und Verantwortung für eine offen, demokratische, freiheitliche Gesellschaft zu übernehmen, möchte ich Ihnen herzlich danken und wünsche Ihnen einen anregenden Austausch.
Dear audience, I have good news for you because we have some small technical problems with another speech. We have now a 20-minute networking break, and we are back with the most amazing keynote speaker back here in 20 minutes. So see you in 20 minutes. Welcome back, dear audience. So when it was released that the Abraham Accords are going to happen, a lot of people thought, including myself, oh, that will be a great chance for, economic relations between Israel and those countries, for example, United Arab Emirates. And this is exactly what happened. There are a lot of initiatives that are already there, that are in making, because, people always want to live in security and prosperity. This is what people usually care about, right? So I want to welcome a keynote speaker that is really the driving power of the Israeli innovation ecosystem. He is, for example, the founder and the CEO of Our Crowd, that also have now an office in Abu Dhabi. So please welcome John Medved with a keynote.
Thank you very much. This is working here? Great. Let's make sure that, good, my slides are even up, so that's wonderful. Good morning and welcome to everybody who are here in person or are hooking up through live stream. I'm John Medved. I'm a serial entrepreneur, which means that I've built several startup companies. I'm a venture capitalist, ran one of the first VC funds in Israel. I now operate and founded Our Crowd, which is the most active venture capital investor in Israel. We manage about $2 billion in assets, but we do it democratically. We have a worldwide community of over 200,000 investors who come from 195 countries. We're global investors. We're proud to be headquartered in Jerusalem, offices in Tel Aviv and Herzliya, and in 12 other cities around the world. And we're very proud to be Israel's first licensed venture capital organization in the UAE, and big supporters of the Abraham Accords, and believers in what it means for the future of Israel and its neighbors together in driving a course for innovation. So I'm going to start with a few slides. The joke is that what is the first language that venture capitalists speak? And it's PowerPoint. Then afterwards we get to English or German or Hebrew. So I'm going to use my first language and try to convey to you. I'll just click this thing, but I think I turned it off somehow. Okay, now I'm going to click this. Hello. It's not working here, guys. Always batteries. In other words, when you have a problem with technology, a little tip. The first two things to check for are your plugs and then your batteries. Okay. Forget that's always but in any event, maybe there's somebody there who can old-fashioned just push the down button as I give you a sign like that. Okay, that usually works too. Okay, so are we good to go here? Okay, thank you. New batteries often do the trick. Okay. That's it. So I'm going to give you just a couple of slides about what's going on in Israel, and then we'll get to the context of what's going on together with our partners in the Abraham Accords. You know that the tech scene has been just booming over the last decade. The last 6 months haven't been so great. But when you see what happened last year, there was $25 billion invested in Israel in technology. That is so much more than all the U.S. aid, all the charitable aid, all the everything else. It's simply the dominant part of Israel's economy. Today, 50% of Israel's exports are tech-oriented. 400,000 people work in the tech economy. There are 40,000 Israeli workers in the tech economy who are stock option millionaires, okay, just to give you an idea. And when people say, well, Tel Aviv has become the most expensive city in the world, or among the most expensive, how did that happen? Blame the technology, okay, because that's what's driving this whole economy. Now, when we talk about investments, we get excited. When we talk about exits, or the fact that companies go public or are bought by others, that's more exciting. So the ratio of 25 billion invested last year, 80 billion in exits is a good one. And today, I don't need to show slides from the Israeli Ministry of Finance or the Science and Technology Department. I just go to the people from Davos, because they, the World Economic Forum, rank the various countries in the world in terms of their prowess in innovation and finance. And Israel now is ranked #1 in terms of its innovative capacity. It's #1 in macroeconomic stability, which is wild when you think about where we live, our history. That's crazy. Entrepreneurial culture, a lot easier to understand as #1, or attitudes towards entrepreneurial risk. Risk is not a 4-letter word, okay? Risk is a good thing. It's part of what we do, okay? Living is full of risk. The question is, how do you approach it? Do you create great symphonies, great movies, great companies? And hopefully you do if you take the risk intelligently. Now, when you look at the Israeli tech ecosystem, at the heart of it are those entrepreneurs, thousands and thousands of them. What makes Israel unique is many of them come from the tech units of the IDF. They then meet venture capital funds, they meet multinational corporations, and they create literally an ecosystem today of over 10,000 startup companies. Now, what's important about these startups is they're getting size. Here in Israel today, there are almost 100 unicorns. That is 10% of the world total. A unicorn, by the way, for those who don't know, is not just a cute little animal that you give your granddaughters or grandsons, to play with, but it is a tech company that is now worth $1 billion and not yet public. That's the definition of a unicorn. So there are about 1,000 of them in the world, and 100 or so are today in Israel. This is a little old slide, which makes perfect sense because it's right in line with our proportion of the world's population, right? That's a joke. It didn't get much laughs on that, okay? The bottom line is, how many unicorns should Israel have based on its population? 1, not 100. So even the slow student in statistics like me understands that that is significant, that we are 2 orders of magnitude more indicated in terms of not just total startups, but startups that count, that have significant size. Now, we're moving from the unicorn, the $1 billion, or the decacorn, 10 billion, to the centacorn, to the companies that are worth $100 billion. And that's the real challenge of how not just to start up companies, but to scale them up to global scale. And this is, by the way, where the Abraham Accords play a huge role, because that's what we're going to be doing, which we're already doing with our partners in the Gulf, is figuring out ways that we can create companies of huge scale together. The first one I think it'll be Mobileye, who was bought by Intel for $16 billion. They were rumored to be taking it public. That's now been put on hold for $50 billion given the market conditions, but we'll keep a close eye on them. Now, in California and New York, they're fighting over who gets the unicorns. And they constantly are saying, we're in charge, you're in charge. Now, today they're pretty much even, but we'll see what happens. But it's not just the US that's in this game. Europe has been absolutely playing a very, very, very good ball, if you will, with Israeli startups. And the investments from Europe are just going through the roof, which is very, very good news for this forum and whatnot. Another area where Israel is getting a lot more investment is Japan, believe it or not. So it's just Europe and Japan. Where are the investments going down into Israel? China. And that's because of foreign currency issues as well as US political, let's say, encouragement to slow down with the Chinese. Now, there's also obvious great things going on between Israel and India. You don't need this picture of the bromance between our former prime minister, and the prime minister of India. Singapore just, had their secretary of state or foreign minister meet here We've signed some major deals with Singapore. That's really becoming very, very interesting. But what we're here to talk about is what's going on in the Abraham Accords and what does that mean. And when it happened 2 years ago, almost exactly 2 years ago now, the importance was covered. There was the ceremony at the White House. Everybody got excited, and then they forgot about it. Okay, what's really, in my opinion, shocking is how little media coverage this topic has gotten. If anything, it is underhyped. I think it is so fundamentally important, as we'll see in a second, that it should be covered all the time, but it's just not. And that's a whole analysis perhaps for another session as to why the media hasn't really been covering these accords the way I think they could have. Now, initially when it came out, there were all kinds of press about how this is going to generate an immediate, rise in relationships and in friendships and in trade and whatnot. In fact, I was interviewed about 2 weeks after the accords were signed on CNBC. And usually in the business press, the interviews aren't too hard unless you're, Elon Musk or somebody. They usually take it easy on people like me. But all of a sudden I got a question, okay, and the question was, okay, stop talking about how cool this is. Give us in dollars and cents how much money is going to be deployed. And I wasn't ready to answer. But they said, come on, give us an estimate. How much money? So I did what you're supposed to not do, which you're always trained in your media training. If you don't know the answer, shut up, okay? But I went ahead and I went out on a limb and I said, look, I think this is going to be like $10 billion of trade and business activity. It sounded right to me. I thought I could do this. As soon as the interview was screened and I started getting the phone calls from my team, who said, what did you do? That's crazy. It's an absurd number. It's so much money. Why do you have to say this? I got one call from our guy in Abu Dhabi, Sabah Al-Manali, who's now running it. And he said, why were you so conservative? And I said, what are you talking about? And he goes, it's going to be 100 billion, not 10 billion. Well, on the 1-year anniversary, the media interviewed the Minister of Economy of the UAE, and he now has sort of solved this debate. He said he foresees $1 trillion of activity over the next decade. So I don't know if he's right, but certainly my 10 billion was conservative, because what's happened over the last several months is that the numbers are going through the roof. So Israel-UAE trade alone has almost gone up 10x. Now, there was business going on before the accords. People called it the worst kept secret in the Middle East, the relationship between Israel and the UAE. But now it's out in the open, and there's just a tremendous sort of tailwinds. In particular, the free trade agreement, which was just recently signed, is extremely important. I don't think people understand that you don't sign a free trade agreement with everybody. You save that for your best friends. It is a big deal. But usually these things take years and years of, they provide great employment for diplomats, okay? I mean, they're just wonderful things because they're so complicated. This was done in a matter of months, which I think probably is a Guinness record for the fastest free trade agreement ever negotiated between two countries. Now, we've taken this seriously at our crowd, and we've taken steps to set up shop in the UAE, meaning that we don't just want to raise investment or do some business deals. We want to be part and parcel of the growth of the relationship. So the way you have to do it is you have to go first get regulated. And ADGM, which is the Abu Dhabi Global Markets, is the regulator. We've just announced that we were the first to be approved there. We have some new announcements coming. Media, please be aware, in the next couple of weeks, we're making new announcements about our activity there. But in particular, it's been driven by our very, very own Sabah Al-Manali, who, it's an interesting story of how he joined us. I got a call from a good friend of mine who lives in New York about a week after the Accords. And he said, look, I've got a friend who I went to Columbia with. He got his PhD in business there and his MBA, and he's really smart. And he lives in the UAE. And he called me and said, look, these Accords are incredible. It's going to make history. I want to move to Israel, okay, and work on building ties. And I said, let me talk to him. I got on the phone with him right away, and I said, you're not moving, but we're hiring you. And so it took about literally 3 weeks on Zoom. This was in the middle of the pandemic for us to actually close a deal. And he has been the most amazing partner who has charted our course in the UAE. Now, the way we're approaching things really is according to this advice from one of the leading entrepreneurs in the UAE, a gentleman named Mohammed Alabar, who runs the Emaar property group, which is the builders of the Burj, okay, the world's highest building. I mean, you just go to Dubai and you'll see Emaar. I mean, it looks like the whole country is branded with this gentleman's empire. But he was asked by a group of Israeli entrepreneurs for advice. They said, okay, what do you know how business is done here. What would you recommend we do? And then he said the following statement: we don't do business. I need to meet your mother, and you need to come and meet my mother. Which, you have to think about what that means. And what it means is that it's not about the next transaction. It's about the relationship. It's about building for the long term. It's about not just worrying about what's going to happen to my numbers this quarter or this year, but where am I going to be 10 years or 20 years from now? And by the way, this is the right approach for venture capital in general, especially as we're dealing now increasingly with what we call deep tech, areas that really are solving big problems, many of them global problems of sustainability, climate, food, healthcare, energy, mobility. These things are not solutions where you create and hack overnight a social network in your dorm room. Now, that's a pretty cool thing that Mr. Zuckerberg built back in the day, and it grew into being quite a technology powerhouse. But that's different than deep tech. And deep tech today takes time. Okay, you don't create a revolution in cultured protein, right, to replace the greenhouse gases that are literally choking us all through the dairy industry. And I love dairy. I know that, Europeans are sort of dairy is, there's a holy cow, okay, and it's not in India, it's in Europe, okay, because you guys create great dairy. The problem is, so do we, by the way, here in Israel. But the future is not the cow. The future is going to be cultured milk, where you grow it in vats through biotechnology, and you can feed people non-lactose, non-cholesterol, good protein that tastes just like milk. And that's coming, but it won't take a year or two. It's going to take a decade at least. And we have investments in the area, and it's very, very exciting. You look at this slide, okay? And this, I am afraid, was a mistaken approach that many Israeli startups and businesses looked at when they saw this new accord. They said, oh boy, a giant ATM machine in the sky is going to rain money down on us like we needed more. Already we're raising huge sums of money, but this was going to be more. And this is the wrong outlook. Okay, it's about building partnerships. It's about developing technology together. It is about the fact that both societies are entrepreneurial, and that people don't understand. So if you look, for example, at the before and after pictures of Israel and the UAE, they sort of look the same. There is nothing in both places, okay, with all due respect, in terms of at least developed cities and industry and culture. There were people living, okay, but these were countries that were underdeveloped, to say the least. And when you realize what they have done in the UAE, in Abu Dhabi, and in Dubai. It is a miracle. Okay, and you can say, well, the Abu Dhabi people, they have oil. What's the big deal? Look at how many countries have oil and have squandered their resources. Just look at Venezuela, the biggest deposits in the world, and what a failed country that is. But you look at what the UAE, for example, has done with their oil resources. They have invested it. They have built infrastructure. They have built, these cities, by the way, are unlike almost any cities in the world. And I think that this, we don't, as Israelis, unless you've been there and you start working, fully understand that they are meeting us eye-to-eye level in terms of entrepreneurial grit, courage, and experience. And it's the ability of taking 1 + 1 and making 11, creating real synergy between these two countries. And that's the approach. It's not the ATM approach. It's that we're going to create a leadership cluster where it belongs, at the heart of the world, here in the cradle of civilization, which is historically led, but now is going to lead into the future together. And when our neighbors and Israel get together, just watch what's going to happen. I'll give you an example. During the recent COVID crisis, there were two countries that, if you remember, there were the charts showing the vaccinations. There were two countries just sort of led everybody, and it was the UAE and Israel. And people are going to have to get used to seeing the Middle East lead, and not just in conflict, God forbid, but to be leading in solving these global challenges that we need innovation so badly to bring to bear. Speaking of global challenges, so we're making investments in the UAE already. They're going to be making investments that already are in us. We are making investments over there. So this is a woman named Noor Suwaid, who is the general partner of a fund out of Dubai called Global Ventures. And we made an investment over there, the first Israeli partner to be investing in a UAE fund, okay? And what's exciting about what she and her team are doing is that they are not just bringing technology solutions that are proven or created elsewhere around the world to the UAE, because there were great companies built like Careem, which does ride sharing or ride hailing the way that Uber does, but that's taking an existing business concept and bringing it to the region. A good business model, it works. That's not the trick. The trick is, how do you build companies that will change global reality, that will attack real big world problems? And that's what they're doing. And if I could just read this quote from her just recently, we are constantly witnessing the birth and the growth of pioneering, the UAE-born solutions for the region and the world across different verticals. The UAE is quickly becoming an illustrative example that some of the most promising and fundamental opportunities of the future will originate from the region. And the fact that we're doing that together, now Israel and the UAE, could not be better. Now, we have a company called ThetaRay, who'd use artificial intelligence to prevent financial crime. They're doing KYC, AML, those things mean know your customer, or anti-money laundering. And in particular, recently, they're working on sanctions enforcement. So if you've ever seen, God forbid, the 3,000 sanctions that have been issued by the US, it's really complicated, okay? And so it turns out that they're now working with banks in the UAE, starting with Mashreq Bank and others, to make sure that people can do cross-border transfers intelligently, which is extraordinarily important. And ThetaRay is setting up a research center in Abu Dhabi and Dubai, which is just, great, great news. So the idea is, can we effectively start up companies in Israel, which we do incredibly, but then scale them up in the UAE? Because when you get to the UAE, these people, first of all, have tremendous financial resources, but they have networks in countries that we've never sold to. So you look at South Asia, you look at Southeast Asia, some of these huge markets that really have been I wouldn't say off limits, but not front and center for Israel. And going into the future, it's going to be incredible. I believe that you're going to see tons of Israeli companies who are interested in scaling up to that 50 billion, 100 billion and beyond size, do it together with partners in the Gulf. Now, most people, to tell this to Germans or to tell it to Japanese, you don't have to work very hard. They know what happens based on reconciliation. When former enemies become partners and the investment is made, you change reality in a major way. And you look at the economic miracles of Japan and Germany post-World War II, you see this story of just tremendous boom and friendship today. Very few countries have the depth of friendship of Germany and the US and of Japan and the US after the great tragedies of World War II. Even when you say the story of Israel and Germany, in terms of how we've overcome the past to create and forge new friendships and partnerships. And this is what's going to happen in the Middle East. Okay, this kind of move, and what's interesting about it, in my opinion, is that it's going to create a constellation of investors who are going to work multilaterally and trilaterally to make it happen. So it's really fascinating. I've been speaking to groups from Japan, from Germany, from the US, who are seeking this, who are saying, what does this mean? How do we play this? Where do we invest money? How do we grow this reconciliation, which is going to unlock so much positive energy going forward? And that's going to be, I think, very, very important. And finally, my final comment, and I don't know if I have a few minutes to answer questions, is that the area where I think this is going to really resonate and have an impact is on sustainability. The 17 Sustainable Development Goals, or the SDGs, promulgated by the United Nations, are so big today. I just got back 2 days ago from Japan, and that little 17-color pin, everybody's wearing it, especially business people. It's basically become a thing, okay, because we realize that we must act. And we can't just act at COP26 or COP27 and remember the crisis that's upon us for a week or 2 weeks at a time and then go back to business as usual. If we don't solve the energy transition today, it's not just going to be no hot showers in Germany, okay? It's going to get a lot worse. We have to solve the food crisis. There are billions of people who are at risk from the lack of food security. We have to solve mobility. It's insane what's happening here in Israel on our highways and everywhere on their highways. It is just stupidity. We have to produce more food with ag tech. We've got to utilize space intelligently, okay? We have to stop the pollution of the planet. We have to learn how to reforest, how to, you know, we've lost 1 trillion trees in the world over the last 100 years. 1 trillion trees. So we're investing in companies that are going to take bites out of it. But at the moment, they're talking about planting 1 billion trees, which is great. But that's just a tiny portion of the problem. These problems must be attacked. And I expect that we're doing this together with our partners in the Gulf. Because when you look at the areas that we're active in, it turns out that the commonality, the common interest between us and our partners is broad. It's not just on energy, where obviously today there's meetings going on. There's a meeting going on today with several of our companies. There's a whole delegation here from Abu Dhabi, by the way, very senior at the moment, about 2 miles away. Okay, just to give you an idea of what's going on in this phenomenal world we live in. And what they're talking about is energy, med tech, you know, how to essentially do next generation of agriculture, drones, mobility, food tech, clean tech. These are the areas that I think are going to be the most interesting, that are going to be the most profitable, and we're going to do it together with our partners under the Abraham Accords. I think that as a media organization and representatives of the media here, your job is to make sure that people know what's going on, okay? What's happened as a result of the Abraham Accords is that it's no longer the worst kept secret. It's out there. But even though it's out there, it seems as though people say, okay, if it's not bleeding, it doesn't lead, okay? This is just good news. Why should we cover good news? It's just wrong, okay? This needs more coverage. And I hope that as a result of this very important event, which I'm delighted to be here, we can take some steps towards that. Thank you very much, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Don't go, 1 second. So, John, thank you very much for this inspiring presentation. If you don't mind, we have now like 5 minutes time for maybe 2 questions,
Please,
if you agree. So, are there any questions in the audience to John? Oh, I see already. Someone. 1 second, 1 second. Yeah, you can hear them?
Where does China come in all these stories you've told us?
That's probably above my pay grade. I don't know. Look, we're working as best we can with China. It's complicated because, for example, when they invest, they'll come in one round and then you expect them to follow up, and they can't because they have foreign currency regulations. There are lockdowns that happen when you least expect it, okay? There are all kinds of questions. If you look at some of the huge Chinese companies like Alibaba or ByteDance, who own TikTok, they're having their own issues, going from their Chinese roots into the world. You can't ignore China, right? China's economy and role in the world is huge. Their activity, by the way, in the Gulf is very, very significant. And Israel has a very strong relationship with China. But Israel's core relationship is with the United States and the Western powers. So how Israel will dance at both weddings, to use an old Yiddish phrase, is going to be very interesting and provide probably lots of material for smart media reporters. But I do think that China will have to be cut in, and China has to be brought into this solution, especially as you talk about sustainability. Because to tackle energy without China, no good. Tackle food security without China, no good. Okay? And I think China going forward is a major part of potentially solving these problems. How to work it is something that I don't have enough data or plans to really share with you at the moment, to say that we're working on it.
Another question? Oh, I see. Yes, Lisa.
Yes.
For my paper, I just commissioned an article from the UAE, and the freelancer we worked with did interviews with a row of business people, and especially those that have a Palestinian background who are not exactly in favor of the commitment of Israeli and UAE companies. How have you observed the social acceptance in the business world in both countries of these new deals and accords?
Great question. First of all, it's not that simple or uniform. One of our key members, number 2 guy in our team in the UAE, is Palestinian, and I've had many heart-to-heart talks with him, and he's very proud that he's working, with sort of a cutting-edge group that's building these ties, and he sees it as the future. I know that he's not, representative of every Palestinian, but I think you have to be very careful in terms of creating sort of generalizations, because I think this whole story is really complicated. What I do believe deeply is that this is good for the Palestinians. And the reason it's good is because we were stuck, right? In other words, when we talked before about how to move the peace process forward. It was first get the solution to the Palestinian problem, then everybody on the external circles will join in. And it just wasn't happening, okay? It had been stuck for decades and decades. And now, all of a sudden, we're saying, wait, let's start on the outside and then move in. And what's happening to Israel inside is watch the attitudes towards being part of the Middle East change. When Israel is secure in its position in the region, they will be more generous. We will be more generous in terms of negotiating peace and deals. When Israelis interact with Arabs positively, okay, whether it's as tourists, right? In other words, we're almost approaching now 1 million Israeli tourists who are, I mean, the number of Israeli tourists who are vacationing and having fun in Dubai in particular, but also generally in the region, is going through the roof. And just wait till what happens in Morocco, okay? There's going to be just massive tourism. And this is a good thing. I know that there were some Israelis who were very afraid, said, wait a minute, our people are going to misbehave. They're going to screw it up, okay? And I was just with some very senior UAE people, and we sort of joked about this. They said, you have no idea. We're used to the Russians. We're used to the, the drunk Brits, okay? Or, we've seen it all. We're not bothered by the Israelis. Let them come. And they were very much appreciated during the pandemic when nobody was traveling except for crazy Israelis who were running to get the sales in Dubai, okay? And they filled hotels up. But I think that what happens is that it's really interesting that, in particular, I think you're seeing changes in the right wing here in Israel. Because remember, this peace was not made by a left-wing government. It was made by right-wingers across the board, really. And that's, again, one of the paradoxes of this whole thing. But they're all of a sudden just changing attitudes. Because you really, once you start working and you realize that this is just, it's looking at borders and looking at things on a small lens rather than a regional lens or an international or planetary lens, I think is the big change. Because the problems that, and I found it in my own life, that I am worried now more about planetary survival than I am about my own particular issues. Okay, I think that we all have to act now as citizens of the world together, because the problems there are real, okay? And they are things that will kill us all, will end life as we know it. And if we don't attack it, and attack it with innovation, which needs investment, it's not just about ESG, right, which is, environment, social, and governance. It's about SDG, about sustainable development goals, about how to use technology to attack these problems. Not just to commit, not to pollute. Because if you don't have energy, okay, what good does a commitment make? We have to create clean energy through technology. We have to distribute it. We need to figure out the software to manage it. We need to all be able to trade on carbon credits and whatnot. There's so much to be done, okay? And this, I think, is bigger than any conflict. And to watch Arabs and Jews work on it, and God willing, inshallah, as we say, Palestinians and Israelis work on it together, I think is going to be very heartening for the rest of the world. And there's one more question.
Yeah, last short question, please.
To make it short, curious to learn from you, what is the position on this wedding of the next door dominant neighbor, which is Iran, looking at this wedding?
Look, that certainly is beyond my pay grade, but I'll tell you that Israel and Iran were great friends before the revolution. And I predict that long term we will return to be great friends. I don't know when. I can't tell you if this is 5 years, 10 years, or 100 years. But I don't believe that Iran ultimately stays an isolated, antagonistic country. I think that the Iranian people themselves are interested in connecting with the world. They have an increasingly modern outlook. Okay, I think that there are players in their government who are trying to hold Iran back and are focused on things that are not productive, like developing weapons of mass destruction. Okay, and I don't want to belittle their threat. I think that much of this story that I told here is as a result of countries realizing that they are a common threat to us and to our Arab neighbors together. So in a weird way, Iran has brought us together in this search for peace. But I do believe that this is going to change as well, that as soon as people realize that you can get more done, okay, by trading, by building, by feeding each other, than by fighting it out, this will, begin to get resolved. I simply don't know how. Okay, that's not my, I hope there's some politicians in the audience who do know, but I'm optimistic long run. They have a really interesting technology base. They're very smart. Okay, they have a great ancient civilization, and they should be part of all this. And inshallah, someday they will. Thank you all very much.
Wow, thank you very much, John. Thank you. So, as you heard and learned, everything's possible in Israel. So, if you think we cannot bring an amazing, inspiring speaker from Abu Dhabi, yes, we can, and we did it. So, I want now to. You need help? No. Now I want to welcome a talk first, Normalization Agreements, New Opportunities and New Challenges in cooperation with the Israeli Council of Foreign Relations. So please welcome the amazing Dr. Abtesam Al-Ketbi, Founding President, Emirates Policy Center, Abu Dhabi, in a talk with Marcos Sheff, CEO of Impact SA. Please welcome.
Can you hear me without the microphone? Good. So much better. So, Dr. Al-Ketbi, it's such a pleasure to meet you, and I have such a fascinating introduction to your thinking. Previously, your reputation precedes you, your writing.
Sorry, we are
Everything is recorded.
Sorry for the German TV, so it would be good if you use the mic.
Absolutely. Your reputation precedes you, your writing precedes you, and it's wonderful to have you here in Tel Aviv. And listening to John on such an optimistic note and talking about sustainability, and I think there is another aspect of sustainability which interests so many Israelis who are enamored by the Accords, enamored by normalization, by the UAE, certainly by Dubai. 1 million Israeli tourists can attest to that. But their past experience has been also in relation to a cooling of relations with countries with whom they have made peace. And, there is a degree of worry in Israel about that, particularly when Israel is in conflict with Palestinian factions. And you wrote that the Gaza conflict of May 2021 is a test of the Israeli-Emirati relationship, but not a reason to step back from the peace treaty. And I think, really interestingly, it is a war between Israelis and Palestinians, not Arabs as a whole. That felt revolutionary. It felt correct as well. But I think the question is, how much do you think this is representative of thinking in the Gulf and in the wider Arab world?
First, I would like good morning, everybody. Thanks for the invitation, and thanks for the opportunity to bring me to Tel Aviv, which is I've got many invitations, but COVID was preventing everybody from moving. And let me say something, Mark. When I met one of my Israeli friends who used to come to Abu Dhabi, and he said, you know, I came many times, I met you there many times, but you know, this is the first time you are here, and this is the real normalization. This is how now started Abraham Accords is working. Now, the Palestinian issues, when UAE signed the Abraham Accord, even thinking of that, although one of the conditions has been put that to freeze the settlement, right? That was not because the main issue was about the Palestinian, okay? But if I'm talking in general, UAE was thinking, and this came later, of having a new foreign policy which is zero problem. So, and based on the most principle of it, it's about economy. An economy cannot work with a region with conflicts and war. So, and the main issue inflaming the people, either under many ideologies, nationalist, Islamist, and let's say how many generation has been raised under the first issue is Palestine. Of course, it wasn't easy to change that in one day. For the Emiratis, as we were chatting outside, they said always, UAE, yes, it's a small country, but it's slim and doesn't have many constraints like other big countries in the Arab world. So it takes decision and move, and has an open-minded population and mostly young generation, and hasn't been in a conflict or a war with Israel, which is so this accord did not claim that it's coming to solve the Palestinian issue, but it is a breakthrough to think out of the box, as John mentioned in his talk, that why not to think in a different way? 70 years or more, this issue hasn't been solved either through wars or negotiations. It always deadlock. So why not to think out of the box and start to normalize with the Israeli, and let them also test the meaning of a real normalization, which is, I call it in the beginning, this is warm peace. It's not cold peace, which has been through the treaties with Egypt or with Jordan. And let us start first. Of course, this has been rejected, mainly. You know, I always tell that not all the Palestinian, mainly the leaders, either PA or Hamas, they have a closed-minded or morally concentrated on selfish, on their interest and benefits. They don't think widely like that. One, John mentioned that businessman, the Palestinian guy, was thinking It's pragmatically, but this is the reality. You can be part of that region, which is now shaping. I believe this Abraham Accord, maybe from 2 years on, produce new dynamics in the Middle East under the title of cooperation between the Israel and the Arab world. Who want to join that axis, who want to be benefiting from that? Those whom they have an open mind, whom they are clever to see where is the opportunities. Everything has challenges. Everything in the life has challenges. But where you see your opportunities and you try to widen that. That the Palestinian leaders, they were their minds were blocked. They didn't see. They just wanted to reject that, and they did not bring the alternatives. And this did not say that UAE against two-state solutions, okay? Which they are the main blocker for that solution.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think you're being quite modest, like so many Emiratis I've met, and I'm delighted to be able to work with in relation to what has actually happened in the Emirates. I think it's more than small size, isn't it? It's about vision. It's certainly about the vision of Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed. You can see that in the educational reforms or revolution, which has created a curriculum of peace and tolerance, including Wasatiyah standards. And so, one wonders, and, I ask this of Emirati colleagues, one wonders what it will take for the UAE to, if you like, be more immodest about your vision of the future of the region, pushing that out into the region. And that leads us to ask how many other countries can join normalization? And of course, the big question, what will it take for Saudi Arabia to be a part of that? And how can the UAE be part of bringing them to it?
Look, I would say the strategic momentum created by the accord shaped the contour of the new regional geopolitics. It's growing and it's taking place in the Middle East in many fields. Let's say John talked about the tech side. We're talking about energy, health, defense, tourism, many aspects. And this has been growing mainly with UAE and Israel. So the others are watching, okay, and seeing the outcome and positive outcome. Right. It's coming from that. In the beginning, many were watching, and I would say they are also saying it's a failure. The Israelis are not going to change. And this cooperation cannot be. This is false. I heard that, and many countries also. But after moving on, many countries joined. Bahraini joined, Moroccan, Sudanese, and I think many are coming. But, and the big but, it depends on the constraints they have, okay? Right. When I mentioned that UAE was slim and easy to move, okay, it has less constraints, and it has a young leadership, ambition, and ambitious, and have vision for its people and for its country, and how to move his country to different world, and believe that the Middle East conflict will not lead us to anywhere. So Saudis has many constraints Okay? And also I want to say something here, because also many have said, well, this is a tactical move and this is a tactical agreement and it will not last. And I was challenging them in the beginning of signing the Abraham Accord that this is a game changer and it will create a momentum in the region, and it's not tactical, and it's a strategic step, because I know how Mohammed bin Zayed is thinking. He's always strategically thinking. And it's not only just for a show. And 2 years from now, it seems, and I heard John what he said, and it seems this relation. So, and even those whom they are against, he mentioned Iran, even those, they felt sorry. Iran felt sorry for 2 reasons. First, that how those her neighborhoods are moving to be allies of Israel, and which is her enemy.
Right.
Okay, and they lost, and they are saying, and there was assessment, military assessment there and political assessment, that we lost our neighborhood, and it seems we have did a mistake, and we have to change our policy. The second thing is that if we are talking about an axis of prosperity in the region, Iran will be out if they did not join something like that, or if they did not have a cooperation with its neighborhood. Maybe you will see that. Raisi, when he came, tried to have a good relation with its neighborhood. I believe what John said, it's not the Iran now. It's a young generation. I'm always betting on the young generation and everywhere, because they don't, even if they inherited something of the history, but it's different generation, have the same taste of food, of music, of something. So we are living in a globalized world. You can see a young generation in Israel, they have the same, that's why it was easy, the normalization between the people, the Israeli people, when they went to UAE, which is Dubai itself, cosmopolitan. It's easy to deal with the people.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And we would all love to share that optimistic vision of a young generation of Iranians who somehow will overthrow the Revolutionary Guards, overthrow the Ayatollah. But let's assume the worst. And because I think there is a need for a certain amount of realism in relation to Iran, and you have an expertise in relations between GCC countries and the USA. And so one wonders, as the USA is again putting a foot in the water in relation to revival of the JCPOA, how confident are you in the UAE and in the GCC that there is a possibility of any form of US intervention if Iran crosses that nuclear threshold?
Well, look, first I would say US is not going to intervene militarily. This is, I heard it in Washington and in a close circle, okay? The American, now they don't want to, they left Iraq, they left Afghanistan. They have their own internal domestic problem now they are having faced, and they don't want. And that's why maybe moving Israel from to the CENTCOM, this is that more to bring Israel to the region for, even before, it was before the Abraham Accord, paving the way for that. If there is, and that might lead to less conflict in the region and wars. Now, coming to the a nuclear deal and Iran. First, look, we are neighbor of Iran, and we know how tough the Iranian is difficult, and with their also perception of hegemony and their superiority, and we know that. But there is a devil that you have to live with. If you didn't, if you can't kill that devil, you have to live with that devil.
Yes.
And UAE understood that. And there is no way, I will be more frankly, we are not militarily, we are not, and also in terms of the size, equal to Iran, okay? That was when I said that we have to live. So, okay, let us resume our diplomatic relation. Let's try the other approach, which is cooperation, and let's start with the soft issues.
Okay.
This is, I won't say that this will change Iran, and not the nuclear deal will change the regime. Now, there is two different levels. You are talking about the people, and you are talking about the regime. Will change the regime, will change? No, it will not. It will not. And I told the American, you will be naive if you are thinking that the nuclear deal will stop the adventurous policy of the Iranian, because the 2015, it did not stop.
Yes.
Okay? Those money went to Iran. They've been used to create more militias and more arms, and we are seeing it.
Yeah.
But you have to come, I mean, deal is good for the Israel. Also, it will not prevent the Iranian from more enrichment, because that one also, the first one did not stop the Iranian or preventing them. So what I'm saying, you have to have a smart deal.
Right.
It's not to be rushed, same like the Obama's administration was in rush, just to have a deal for the Obama's legacy or now for Biden legacy.
Yes.
You have to look for your country's interest, not your administration interest. If the American will be smart to create that deal, which is with more conditions. Now Iran, under a very severe economic situation and problem, and they need money.
Right.
So you have to play it smartly. That time, the same situation was with the Iranian, but the American did not play it smartly.
Right.
They were in a rush, more than the Iranian.
Right.
So they wasted
and
their
now?
chances. Now they have to play it, you know. I was with an official American just 1 week ago, visited me. And we were talking about the same thing. And I told him the same, what I am saying. And I said, this is not about Biden administration. It's about the Pentagon, the State Department, but as an institution, it's not as a people, okay? Because if you want to achieve something for yourself, same like any politician, you ruin it.
Right.
You just ruin these things, okay? And if you want, you bring this, and for the long run, for our region, for our safety, for our security, you have to involve us all, and because it's not about the American, it's about the Gulfists, it's about the Israelis, it's about the Arabs.
Right.
So if you just, and also something I want to mention it here, you Israeli looks only to the nuclear program. For us, we look to the ballistic missiles, we look to the drones, we
Hegemony.
look to the militias. And they are very, very, very dangerous, okay? And that's why when I'm saying you are dealing with a very clever and smart devil, A neighbor has many weapons. It's not only one. And you know your size. And we and you, we have both size. We are small countries, okay?
Yeah.
We are surrounded by many threats.
Right.
So we have also to work on a clever way. You know, at the end, any military solution does not end any conflict. It ends maybe not permanently because it comes
Indeed.
again.
Indeed. And I think, you know, the Israeli leadership would say that that missiles, that regional hegemony, that essentially exporting the revolution to Iraq, to Lebanon, to Gaza are, you know, clearly issues for them. But you're right, there is that focus on the nuclear aspect and
Yeah, and you forget about the others, you will totally be wrong.
you're in trouble, absolutely. And do I have time for one more question? I'm not sure where we are time-wise, but a short question. Okay, short question, but I think profound answer. Again, people who have interacted with people like yourself, leading thinkers in the Emirates, see that the vision is part of everything that is being done. I see it in relation to peace and tolerance education. People see it like John in terms of business. Other countries have vision. The Mohammed bin Salman in Saudi Arabia has a vision, but he's taking him a lot longer, as we discussed, to get there, whereas Mohammed bin Ziyad seems to absolutely be taking the steps to get there. So let's say it's 2040. You know, here we are. How do you, you know, in a minute or two, where do you see the UAE, where do you see the Gulf and the region, and that in relation to Israel?
Leadership is an issue. In the Arab world, yeah. It either take you forward or take you back. Leadership and entrepreneur leadership and with the strategic thinking, which I believe Mohammed bin Zayed has. It's not only now. Since a long time, my next book is coming in 1 month about the UAE model in Mohammed bin Zayed vision. It's not a propaganda, it's really a scientific one. So sometimes also, if you are a smart leaders with and you have population is not educated and poverty and ideologists and many things, it's also not easy job. UAE is a small population and does not belong to a rigid or conservative, very conservative sect of Islam, okay, and that help, and more open because we are ports, so we used to deal with the foreigners coming. It's through the history, and we used to host 200 nationalities. Right. So people themselves, they helped their leader in terms of the, and no any ideologist was rooted. Yes, we used to have nationalists in the 50s, 60s, the whole region. But Muslim Brotherhood is not rooted there. It was small groups and it has been finished.
Yep, indeed. Dr. Al-Ketbi, such a pleasure. Thank you very much indeed. I think you are staying here, but I'm going. Thank you very much indeed, man.
Thank you very much. And now we'll be talking about these challenges and opportunities in a really, really amazing panel. We're having Jonathan Spire, Dr. Abtesam Al-Ketbi, Eli Hochenberg, moderated by Carolina Toren. Please welcome.
Hi, my name is Carolina Turin, and I'm happy to introduce our guests. I don't have to introduce you, obviously, but no, I want to mention some. First of all, it's an honor to have Dr. Ibtisam Ekekbi with us today, and you're one of the most influential women in the Arab world. That's, I'm just quoting. And we're really honored to have you here. You also, as already mentioned, you founded and you're the president of the Emirates Policy Center, which is considered to be one of the leading think tanks in the region and in the world. And I would also like to mention that you also are a founding member of the Emirates Human Rights Association, which I think is a very important point that should be mentioned. So we're honored. Thank you for being here. Now I want to present you also Elie Hohenberg. Nice to have you here. You're a master of counterterrorism and homeland security. And you're a news editor for over 10 years, covering, for example, covering for I-24, for example, the nuclear talks with Iran and the world powers. So we're going to have some questions regarding that. How maybe you can give us an inside perspective on these nuclear talks. Now I want to introduce also Dr. Jonathan Spire, the founder and executive director of the Middle East Center for Reporting and Analysis. You published in leading journals like the Middle East Quarterly and Foreign Affairs, and the author of books like Rise of Nationalism, The Arab World, Turkey and Iran, and Transforming Fire, The Rise of the Israel-Islamist Conflict. Welcome. So I would like to start with a short question to Dr. Ekekbi. Could you first of all tell us a little bit about the opportunities and the benefits of the normalization agreements from your perspective?
Well, thank you. And I think there's injustice in this panel because we are 3 women against 1 man. which is not the normal.
The new normal.
Look, it depends where you stand. If you are optimistic or pessimistic. The optimistic sees many opportunities. Me, from the first time, not because I am an emotional person, but this is, I look at it from a strategic point of view. John mentioned the take. I mentioned there are many opportunities in terms of cooperation, which started between UAE and Israel in health and energy, in tourism, and the similarity between 2 countries in terms of size, in terms of surrounded by threats, push them together to work together. And it's also a challenge and opportunities for UAE to prove that the decision it took, it was right. Okay? There was some of, I know those whom they are the enemies of this accord, they are waiting for small mistake, like what John mentioned when some Israeli came, whatever, just to see this is a failed accord. it's not only between UAE and Israel. UAE works on a project and initiative which called Wasatiyya, which is, it is more, if I will translate it in English, but I don't know Hebrew, it's always the things middle. Wasatiyya worked more on tolerance, accepting the other, accepting his religion, accepting his race, whoever is there, and against any racism or anti-Semitism. And this is also has been implemented in the curriculum itself, okay? And many conferences and many initiatives. So this is a chance. The Abraham house itself, okay, between the Judaism and the Islams and Christianity, that's we are all, from the beginning, we are all human beings, regardless our religion, regardless our race. And this Middle East full of conflicts and fed up of conflicts, bloodshed, crisis. We need a new region full of hope for the young generation. So there are many opportunities based how you look at it. It's half empty or half full.
You spoke of very beautiful values. I think our audience agrees with, like tolerance. And but on the other side, there are a lot of challenges. And I would like to ask you, Dr. Speyer, Jonathan, to talk about the challenge of radicalization. And as we mentioned, you wrote the book of a Rise of Israel and Islamist Conflict in 2010. And so these values of tolerance and also of human rights are put into question by radical forces, also Islamists, but also others. Can you tell us a little bit about the challenges, also for the normalization, normalization process?
Yes, certainly, and good morning to everyone. Thank you for the question. Look, with regard to radicalization, I mean, of course, if we're thinking about the Arabic-speaking world and also Turkey and also Iran, then the radicalization we're talking about is, of course, political Islam. And this is something, by the way, which I think Crown Prince Mohammed bin Zayed, actually, of UAE, has been one of the earliest and most clear voices being aware of that challenge. In some ways, this has been a difference, which Dr. Ketby also referred to earlier, a few moments ago, between the Emirati position and the Israeli position, which have been so similar in analysis of the region in many ways in recent years, but which have differed not in the various problems, but sometimes in the ordering of the problems, with Israel seeing the issue of Iran, state power and nuclear ambitions as very much number one on the list, and with, I think, Mohammed bin Zayed and others recognizing, certainly a few years ago at least, during the period of the so-called Arab Spring, that political Islam and radicalization was actually maybe number one challenge on the list. Now this has to some degree declined because of the defeat, actually, of the Arab Spring insurgencies in a number of different countries, at least for now. But certainly between 2010 and I would say maybe 2018, 2019, you know, in Syria and in Iraq, of course, with the Daesh challenge, and in Egypt earlier on, then it did look for a moment as though Sunni political Islam, specifically of the Muslim Brotherhood variety, but also of the Salafi Jihadi, the Daesh, Al-Qaeda variety, were actually on the verge of potentially transforming the region. If we can think of a scenario for a moment in which the military coup in Egypt in 2013 had not succeeded, so Muslim Brothers remained in power in Egypt, and in which the Syrian Sunni Arab insurgency, or rebellion as it was called by the Western media, had succeeded, and in which Daesh maybe had stayed in existence in part of Iraq, then here in Israel, we would be looking at a very, very different region with a very, very different challenge. Actually, we came quite close to this in the course of the last decade, a situation in which Sunni Islamism achieved political power, held political power and would then go on to making strategy and policy and challenge. Now, we ended up not having that. Thankfully, these forces were defeated. We should, one more point just to say, we should not in any way, however, assume that those forces that led to that moment have gone away. It remains the case in Syria and to some degree also in Iraq, and I would say among the Palestinians also, that if free elections took place tomorrow, the winners would be the forces of political Islam. On the street level, these remain, in fact, the most popular, so we should certainly not be complacent about the challenge, even though today we are at a less dangerous moment than we were, let's say, 5 years ago, I think.
Yes, I think I agree that on a state level, I mean, these radical forces like ISIS didn't make it to govern states, but the problem remains the problem of radical forces. And it's not the governor, but the people. And now, so also, the people might be a little bit too broad. I mean, instead of, organizations like the Islamic State, and now these organizations are smaller and organize more like terror attacks against states. But these are, so it's not state forces, but little organizations. And I would like to ask you now regarding counterterrorism, because this is what it involved, going from the level of states to actually radical forces which attack from within.
Well, first, I am humbled and honored to be sitting next to you, distinguished speakers, and thank you, Susanna and Jenny and Olga, for facilitating that and having me. I have to say that obviously, as a journalist, those barricades of cynicism are very much evident in the way I perceive the world, but. If anything, the normalization agreements, the Abraham Accords, simply demolished them to a large extent. As a journalist, and yes, also as an Israeli, and I would just like to note first that perhaps more on the philosophical level, media is a filter between us and reality and us, depends on which side you are, of course. There are certain levels here, the mere platform, for example, what do you qualify as a story? For example, a red alert in the city of Sderot along the Israel-Gaza border, is that a story or not? The decision to make it a story or not is already framing reality in a certain way. The second level is who are the executors, who are the journalists. So for I-24, for example, and I would like to emphasize the uniqueness of the outlet I'm working for in the past almost a decade, because the team, we are sent out on the field. I've been a diplomatic correspondent for nearly 8 years now. I'm in studio, too old to be running around underground. The team consists of an Arab reporter, a French reporter, an American or Israeli reporter, and a local cameraman. And we're all together covering the same story, so you are forced to see the same situation from different angles. And I'm getting to the point there, I promise. And the third level is who's the audience, right? And in this respect, the Abraham Accords truly shook me personally, because if we were used to, in a sense, to cover the mere term peace in a very specific context, first and foremost, perhaps the failed attempts to pursue peace vis-a-vis the Palestinians, but also the successful peace stories vis-a-vis Egypt and Jordan. We cannot deny it. It's a very specific peace, a very cold peace. And what happened with the normalization agreements is immense curiosity between the people, right? If we were talking about state level or non-state level, the actors in the streets or on the governmental levels, we have seen tremendous, genuine curiosity on both sides of the no longer divide. Right? We've seen a true desire of Emiratis and Bahrainis to know more about Israel. We've seen a genuine willingness to get closer on the Israeli side, not to speak on the Moroccan case, which is truly a grassroots piece. So I think that this entire notion, and here I go back to your question, that this entire prism of counterterrorism in the context of the Abraham Accord somewhat undermines the fundamental change this region is going through. And again, I'm putting back my skeptical senses here. Obviously, you know, the statesmanship is, we all read The Prince, Machiavelli still plays a role, but the term, my enemy's enemy is my friend, especially vis-a-vis Iran in that respect, is not the only reason, far from it, that we're seeing this shifting pendulum of the Middle East.
Yes. Thank you. I think that I-24 stands out as also unique in its coverage of the Abraham Accords. As John already mentioned in his keynote speech, the Abraham Accords and this process of normalization has actually very little coverage, media coverage, compared to its historical dimension. So I-24 does, as one of the only ones, really make it a topic.
If I may add, we opened studios in Abu Dhabi, in Dubai, in Manama, and in Rabat, meaning
Yes.
that the coverage is from the ground. It's not theoretical.
Exactly. I-24 apparently is really implementing this and is very, let's say, pro-normalization, as you can see on the website. Can you explain shortly why you think there is so little media coverage? And also, and that's a question back to you, is this... I mean, if the media doesn't cover it, and so the people don't really hear of the benefits in a broad way, does this normalization stay like an elite project? Because it sounds a little bit like this, that the governments are pushing it, and also the business elites like John Medved, they're working on it. There's a lot of work being done, but the people are maybe left behind. There seems to be a gap. Now, okay, I made a mistake because I asked the question to two people.
It's not for me to say. I think that Dr. El-Khadri could be...
No, I will answer, and I need your comments. Well, and don't understand me wrong. Now, if you are talking about which media, we are talking about the scientific journalists, which is, name them, those coming from think tanks, foreign affairs, foreign policy, and here in Israel or whatever, and this also website, think tank website. No, they cover in a scientific way, and also what is the challenges, what is the opportunities. And my media's friends, it depends. They look for the hot news, okay? And they always want something to cover that. This is different. This is based on the moment, based on a news, not on analysis. Somebody tackling how this normalization on terms of people to people. If I want to say something here, this part of the success of that, I would say people to people worked. That was not in the case of Egypt or Jordan or others. From the first minute, you see, yes, the Israeli came. They want to test the normalization, real or not. They've been to Egypt, they've been to Jordan, that they didn't feel that. They didn't been for the people, I would speak on UAE. In UAE side, like one of them, he said, I didn't feel that I'm an alien when I came. I been treated as a normal person. Same like the Emirati when they came here. So this hasn't got a focus on it, and hasn't got a focus on a strategic level. What this create, turning the region from a region of wars and conflict to a region of partnership, of cooperation. This didn't take a place through the media, okay? Covering the conferences, and this is something good, okay? But you have to have a deep analysis where it will lead. It's only, how the Israeli now, after 2 years, after 2 years, how they are assessing this accord. Did they benefit or not? Or the Emirati on the other side. We are not talking about only trade and commerce. Did it change the mentality of those whom they were looking on both sides to Jews that they are not normal and they cannot deal with? Did the Israeli look to the Arabs in the Gulf? They are different. They are not ATM machine. They are also, we have entrepreneur, we have people, they think and they are smart also, same like the Israeli. This is something that the journalist has to cover.
If I may add briefly, I promise. The term normalization is key here, because what is the new normal, speaking of having 3 women on stage, is normalizing a certain conversation. Not, us as Westerners, you all probably know it. There's an Africa reporter, right? Sitting in Kenya, in Nairobi, and covering Africa as if it's one thing. So in the same respect, the Middle East. It's not about having breaking news from the Gulf and having someone comment on that. It's about every day, and the normal capacity of the conversation, have those people interacting, is having an Iranian expat leaving in Dubai, speaking to an Israeli or an American official in Jerusalem or an Israeli in Washington, talking about what happened today, not because something major broke out, because you want to get the different nuances of perspective on the new normal.
Yes, that would be very nice, but still it is very exceptional for I-24, and the big channels, the big right. Mainstream media coverage is very far away from that, because maybe it's a problem of media, and we're a media summit, so we should talk about it. Maybe it's a question about how news being made, and as we said, the hot topics are always like the war, and actually the bad news, and the good news of this process are not covered in the mainstream news in any kind of proportion. So, so the question is also if, like that, we can really bring this process closer to the people. So I already asked you about, is this normalization, is this an elite project? And I would like to ask you, Jonathan, now, is this, I mean, it looks like the strong side in the news is always the conflict, and not the solution, the getting people together. It feels like there is no answer also from the governments regarding. I mean, hate is reported stronger in the news than like tolerance and all these values also this process stands for. is there an answer? Does the West in general has an answer to like this, like hate education and radicalization?
Well, may I also, first of all, just relate a little bit to what Ellie was saying as well. I'm also a journalist by background, and I've worked extensively in the region over the last decade and a half or so. I do agree that things have changed in terms of the capacities for communication, and to some degree, this is also because of the technological revolution that's taken place. I mean, I can recall at a conference similar to this some years ago, having an exchange with an older Israeli former general, who said to me, well, you see, the difference, he said, between me, meaning himself, as somebody who was a former senior military intelligence officer, he said, and someone like yourself, as an Israeli who's in Jerusalem, is that with all your maybe abilities and so on, you're not able to work with primary sources. And I said to him, sir, I really have news for you. This was, of course, the case for an Israeli journalist, except maybe a very daring and intrepid one, sitting in Jerusalem in 1970 or 80 or 90. The person, because of technology, was restricted to dealing with secondary sources. Today, you can sit in your apartment in Jerusalem. In my case, I've done, let's say, other things than that to speak to primary sources, but you can stay in your apartment in Jerusalem, and you can speak to people in Damascus and in Baghdad, and of course in Abu Dhabi, but also in Cairo and across the region. So technology has opened doors with regard to possibilities of communication, and this is of fantastic importance. Before we even get, I think, to the moral question of what does it produce in terms of changing and reform, simply in terms of the process of acquiring information and collecting information and providing it to your public. You know, we're living very much in a changed world, a world of open borders. Even where regimes may attempt to close borders, these doors may remain open. And I was speaking to people, for example, in Damascus at the height of the civil war in Syria, even at the time when it would have been quite difficult to have gone and met them personally. So I think this is very, very important. With regard to the role of governments, which you asked about in challenging radicalization and so on, yeah, I do think this is very, we shouldn't get ahead of ourselves, I think, in sort of congratulating ourselves about the transformation, at least in my humble opinion. You know, there is an enormous road still to be traveled in the following sense. First of all, I'm generally more optimistic about agreements from the top down. It's quite correct, of course, that we don't have warm peace with Egypt and Jordan. The fact that we have peace with them at all, and the one of them with Egypt has lasted now nearly half a century, is fantastic. So let's not, be too cruel to peace from the top down. I tend to have the same view, by the way, to be very frank, let us say, with regard to Abraham Accords. At the end of the day, Bahrain and United Arab Emirates are not elective democracies. So even if we're only friends with the king, I think we can be friends with a lot more than that. But even in a situation where we're only friends with the emir of two countries, it's also actually fine. We can also live with that. It's better than the alternative, yeah? So I think we can be friends with governments and it's okay. With regard to the capacity of governments to transform views from below, which is really what you're asking about, then I think we have to be careful and nuanced. I tend to think, I mean, Dr. Ketby knows vastly better than I, but I tend to think in a country such as Emirates and Bahrain, there is relatively small populations. The populations are very loyal to the governments, and there is maybe a tradition of deference to a degree to authority. Then yes, I think that if the view of the government change, you will see a genuine change also in the views of the public. And I think many Israelis who've traveled to UAE have really felt that. If we broaden the lens for a moment and start to look out at the highly populated, much less prosperous, much less successful countries of the Arabic-speaking world, whether it is Iraq or Syria, maybe Lebanon also among the Palestinians, also among Jordan as well, which are really the highly populated Arab countries with which we as Israelis have in fact been in armed conflict over the last half century. I do think the situation is very, very different. I think, unfortunately at least, that, at the moment at least, the radicals still have the advantage. There are signs which are encouraging. A figure like Mustafa al-Kadhimi, Prime Minister of Iraq right now, is very, very encouraging. This is a person of very open mind who has a similar view of the region, probably to what we would have. But there are also very powerful forces on the other side. I think all the Pew polling that we see, for example, and there is polling done in the Arabic-speaking world, suggests that in these highly populated Arab countries, the views of political Islam, of anti-Israeli feeling, certainly of anti-Jewish feeling, are still more or less ubiquitous. There's still a great deal of work to be done, a great deal of road to be traveled.
Yes. Sure, though I would just like to mention also Egypt as a place where we see not conflict but cold peace. And in Egypt we see over the years or the decades already that there is a big gap between the government and the people. That's the reason. And the question stays, is this viable for the future? Is this sustainable? Or is there like a lack of strategy how to deal and how to confront what I call hate-education, which is stronger, which has also a lot of money in the back because also Iran finances militias and hate content and so on. Maybe we're lacking as, you know, as people who believe in human rights, who set up organizations and associations for human rights. Maybe we lack the answer to confront these radical movements, which are unfortunately very successful, especially in the fast-growing and poor population.
Can I come back on this for 1 second, just very briefly, to say, yeah, I agree with what you're saying. I think that very often with regard to Islamism and political Islam, they often are their own worst enemies, because of course once they get their hands on actually wielding power, it is a catastrophe. And this then tends to lead to a decline in their, I wouldn't say in their popularity, but in the intensity of the commitment of people who believe in these kind of ideas. In Middle East in 2022, unlike 10 years ago, we now have 2 examples of Sunni political Islam in government. One was the Muslim Brotherhood in Egypt. The other was Daesh, the Islamic State so-called in Iraq and Syria. Both of them were disasters. Everyone, I think, more or less agrees with that. So often I would say that the radicals can often be their own worst enemies, because once they get a chance to implement something of what they wish to implement, it is a failure, and they subsequently suffer some decline. Arab nationalism, in my view at least, followed exactly this trajectory. It was very popular, it had a go in government, it was a catastrophe, and it then declined. And Islamism could well be going through a similar trajectory and be at an earlier stage of it, I would suggest.
I would like to give the word back to you, Mr. Al-Katbi. You wanted to answer or comment?
I want to comment on something Jonathan said and something as a common comment. First, I don't agree that there is a name or a identity for radicalization. Radicalization, it can be Islam, Judaism, Christianity. It doesn't belong to religion, it doesn't belong to race, it doesn't belong to anything. There are circumstances can push people for radicalization. Sometimes it's not poverty. Many of those whom they joined ISIS, in fact, I met with I was in Belgium, and one of those Belgian working in our embassy, and she was just telling me that she missed one of her friends, and that friend, she's Christian, Catholic, and having 2 masters, and 6 months she didn't hear from her. And suddenly after 6 months she got SMS, that girl saying, well, I am with ISIS, and I converted to Islam. And you know, I am holding 2 master degrees, but I couldn't succeed in getting a job. And I feel that I don't have any future. Now, I'm having a job, I am teaching, and I'm having salary. So it's not, and most of those who joined Al-Qaeda or joined ISIS, they're coming from very educated background, either engineers or in medicine or so something. But where that ideology flourished, when people, they don't have hope, okay, and they don't have counter ideology. You cannot fight ideology with violence. You have to find them by another things to counter that. So in this, I disagree that. And there is something else that the Iranian succeed in, that convincing the whole world that it is always the radicalization is Sunni. Well, look to Iraq, look to Hezbollah, look to Houthi. All of these militias belongs to Shia sect, and they are radicals and violent. So this is one thing. The other things that you're concerned that the Abraham Accords signed with autocratic regime and this is something shaky. Well, look to United States. Everywhere it's about who is in the office. When was it Trump, things was different. Even here when it was Netanyahu, things is different. It's about the individual and the power, shaping the whole scene, okay? Although, if you are talking about America, very rooted institution, but who is in charge is matter. So it depends also how you work on your people. This is when I mean that Mohammed bin Zayed worked on education and wasatiyah. With Egypt, I mentioned with the Marcus that we didn't have ideologies, we didn't have a very fanatic sect also, and it works. But I'm always having hope in young generation. In the Arab world, young generation is different. It's totally different. Last things, the media in our Arab world, Al Jazeera. Al Jazeera working very, very bad against Abraham Accord. And this is something we have also to counter that with another narrative.
And I think that this is a perfect cue for me to force myself in terms of the efforts to counter this narrative. Just to add briefly, in the immediate aftermath of the Abraham Accords, one of the future pinpoints everyone waiting for is what happens when the next round of violence or escalation in the Gaza Strip emerges anew. How would the new Israeli partners react? And those ominous predictions were lurking. Some of us addicted to bad news were waiting for the fierce comeback. And I think that there was this anticlimax, so to speak, even that their reaction was moderate, was mild, in the spirit of trying to build something new. It does not mean that it is lacking criticism vis-a-vis the Israeli military or the Israeli administration whatsoever, but it means that you're giving some leeway, some, this breathing space to see how this new tango is gaining momentum. So also, I think it's a note for us speaking in the media or working for the media to be a bit more careful or even hesitant in our terminology to try and frame every comment or lack thereof as a point of breakthrough in the relations, and allow this breathing room the administrations are giving one another to also come into translation in the way we are framing reality. And again, the mere existence of studios in Rabat and in the UAE and in Bahrain allows me from here, from the Jaffa port, to have this conversation without big headlines, but just for the sake of the conversation.
Now, we kind of mentioned on the side the elephant in the room of these agreements, and the question of the conflict with the Palestinians. And there was already mentioned by John a sort of a paradigm shift in how the Arab world looks at the relations with Israel. Until now, it was always, okay, first there has to be a resolution of the conflict, there has to be a Palestinian state, and then we're going to normalize ties. And now also what we also saw, not only in the Arab world, but even also, even US President Biden kind of embraced this while he was here visiting and meeting Abbas, Palestinian President Abbas. We saw that also the U.S. Takes this new, also the Democratic Party, the Democratic leader of the U.S. take this approach of, okay, we try a regional peace normalization, and the Palestinian state will come later, will follow. Now, I do have, I would like to hear your opinion of all three of you regarding that issue, regarding the Palestinian issue. You, for example, you said like the radicalization didn't work or if radical Islam governs, it fails. With Hamas, it's not the case. Also, the backing of the Palestinian people is still more or less, so I would like you to refer to that, to answer to this, but I would also like to hear from your perspective. I mean, I-24 is very pro-normalization, as we said, but is there also, I mean, ignoring the Palestinian question, is that even good for Israel? Is this actually dangerous for a viable Jewish and democratic state? So I would like you to refer to this, and you're free to give your opinion about this perspective too. Maybe we just start with Jonathan.
Okay, so yeah, with regard to Hamas, you're absolutely right, of course, and I must caveat what I was saying. I have a sense that political Islam is maybe not at quite its high point that it was 15, 20 years ago. There is some evidence of that in looking at Arabic media, but absolutely you're quite right. Also among the Palestinians, and also I think among Sunni Syrians, you know, if there were elections tomorrow, then these kind of forces would win, without any question. There won't be elections, but if there were, they would win. I wanted to say something in regard to what Dr. Kedmi said, absolutely right with regard to Shia Islamism as well. I'm a student of that and probably write more about that than about the Sunnis. So let me be absolutely clear. Shia political Islam is no less a problem. And sometimes in the West, not in Israel, but in Western Europe and America sometimes, there tends indeed to be a tendency to regard Sunni political Islam as radicalization and the problem, and then Shia political Islam is actually a political force and something somehow more rational or different. Entirely incorrect, and it's very important to point that out. Indeed, as a student of these ideas, you rapidly realize that it's not that Shia are over here and Sunnis are over there. The Iranian Revolution was hugely influenced by such thinkers as Sayyid Qutb from the Muslim Brotherhood and so on. So there is absolutely a meshing of the two, and this is a very important point.
Just a short remark. I would also not say, like only look at Sunni and Shia and Islamic radicalization, but there are radical forces also in the Jewish, not tradition, no, and also under Jews and also under Christians. There's more and different radical forces. But we saw that also with the election of, for example, Trump or Orban in Hungary. So there is a sort of radicalization also in the Western sphere, to put it simply.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. I thought we were talking about the Middle East and Arab world, so we'll tend, I guess, to focus on Islam, but this is absolutely right. With regard to the Palestinian issue that you asked about and so on, and I guess you were asking about a new generation and as things are changing. And so on. Yeah, it's an immensely complex picture, I think. I'll tell you why. As somebody who I've lived in Jerusalem for most of my life, and I live in a mixed neighborhood, so I mix with my neighbors and I see their kids and so on. There is without doubt a different generational conception to what was there 20 years ago. And you see it and you come across it. There is greater globalization, there is less parochialism. This is accurate. The issue is that this can produce various things. It doesn't necessarily produce an enthusiasm for openness and for reform and for normalization. It can also produce new forms of radicalism. If we are looking, for example, if we're asking about the Palestinians, if we're looking, for example, at what is happening in the northern West Bank today, and specifically in the areas around Nablus and around Jenin, then what we are seeing is the emergence of a new form, or new forms rather, of radical action, which differ profoundly from what we have experienced in the past, and which are products of a new generational outlook. What do I mean by this? This is no longer radicalism controlled by hierarchical and organized movements against whom you can declare war or with whom you can have a dialogue. All right? It's not. It is something other than that. It is disparate groups of young guys who are maybe broadly sympathetic to this or that movement, but who are not militants of Islamic Jihad or of Hamas or of Fatah. It is improvised access to weaponry, improvised access to transport, such that when you get together, you can have a bunch of people getting together for a particular operation, and then dissipating afterwards, guys who know each other, informal networks. So a much, much harder thing to break. Now, this is absolutely an example of a different generational outlook, using modes of communication in a very different, very 21st century way. But it's not doing all that in order to produce something normalized and good. On the contrary, it is producing a new patterns of insurgency, by the way, which Israel is currently, I think, grappling to catch up with, even as we speak. In the present time, Israeli troops going into Jenin, up into Nablus, are being fired at more or less on a daily basis now. And the issue of how exactly to break down these very different kinds of networks is a new challenge. So yes, there is a new outlook. Yes, there are new patterns of thought and behavior. These do not necessarily only lead in a direction of better outcomes.
Just a short remark or comment on this. I think that the operations now in the West Bank might be a necessary step after the terror attacks we saw here in the center of even Tel Aviv. But this will not, or I doubt that this is going to bring like a change, but it's just part of the ongoing violence and the circle of violence. And I think, and I'm still lacking, I'm looking for the strategy actually that Israel, with its new partners, also with the EU, as we speak about the Israeli-European summit, as how we can counter these radical forces, and which are on one side from the ground, as you say, young people inspired by propaganda in the social media, unfortunately, but which not only come from the grassroots, but which are also sponsored, and we have to speak about that also still. I hope the time allows it. They are also sponsored by states like Iran and which supports militias, as you said. Back to the Palestinian issue for the moment before we go to Iran. Would you like to say how you see the Palestinian issue from the perspective of the Gulf? And also the question is how important, it looks like that Jerusalem is always like a key issue, and for Islam it's very important. Do you think what kind of solution could be done in terms, for example, for Jerusalem, which is also okay or good for the Muslim states? The question is the Temple Mount, which I always see as a big obstacle because it makes this actually, let's say, regional or the conflict about land. It makes it brings in the religious dimension.
Well, I have two things. I'll take the last one. You know, religion is religion always until people come to politicize this, then the problem start, okay? Either by interpretation, either by intervening between you and God, either that use it as superiority, whatever it is. It's not about religion. It's about how you look to things from a rigid perspective, how you interpret the things. Now here, you are conservative, whatever you are. So they are everywhere. How to counter that? You have your extremists, we have our extremists, everywhere the extremists. It's always about education. Started from the grassroots, from the curriculum. How to teach or to train the student on accepting the other, regardless who is he. This is not thinking about your superiority. You are the superior because of your religion, because of your race, whatever it is. And this is all the conflicts back to that.
That's a very
And
important
everybody
point.
wants the power. Everybody, because whatever they are. Okay? Now you cover it with nationalists, with whatever, but it is everyone's to want to practice the power on others, exert their power on others. Now regarding Palestinian issue, I speak about my country perspective here. UAE believes that two-state solution is the best solution. Easy to say, not easy to apply. You have many things on the Israeli side and on the Palestinian side. I mentioned in the first interview that the problem of the Palestinian also is with their leaders. If they are open-minded, they could jump to join the Abraham Accord, and they put their condition to benefit from that. It gives them an opportunity, an open window to be part of that and put their conditions. But their mind is only, they are centers on themselves, either Hamas or PA, Abbas and his people. So if we just get out of this deadlock to another people, a young generation whom they have open-minded, and they want, look, Palestinian are like Israeli, are like everywhere. The generation wants, at the end of the day, they want to live, regardless of any ideology. The young generation wants opportunity to live, to have a job, to live a normal life. Always, all these scientists is between the elites. Now, U.S. working on that, okay? But they know that always Abbas missing the opportunity. This is the problem with the Palestinian, the leadership, and of course, their relation, if you are talking about jihadists, Hamas, with Iran, but Hamas, at the end of the day, they are pragmatic. They can agree on any deal, and I think there are deals now under the table is going on with Hamas.
I would like to ask a question following what you said. Now, is there maybe the opportunity also in this normalization process and the new ties that, for example, now the new partners could influence and speak and get or support the process of open mind and education for tolerance and peace in the Palestinian territories? I mean, in general, it looks like that the normalization process lacks, on one side, a media coverage, so the word is not put out. People are not aware of what actually is already happening. And on the other hand, there is also kind of a lack of like an educational, not program, not brainwashing or ideal, but like a support which helps people to really become also part of this process. And you said now the problem with the Palestinians is only the leadership, which says no or rejects the normalization. But as we know from polls also, the people would at the moment vote rather for Hamas than for the more moderate Fatah. So that's the question to you is, do you see like an opportunity maybe to counter this kind of, as I call it, education, and to bring in and to speak with the Palestinian partners and get them on board, or also put up a counter voice to Al Jazeera to give an alternative?
Absolutely, this is what I said. You have to work with the young generation. You have to show them the half full of that accord, to be engaged. But where is the problem? And this is UAE is suffering from that, or rejection from either Hamas or PA regarding any kind of help. If you remember, during the COVID, UAE sent that plane with vaccination, and they refused for their interest of their people. They don't think about their people. They only think about themselves staying there. Yes, there is a chance. Counter Jazeera narrative is very important. Jazeera, either we like it, we don't like it, have a great influence on North Africa, on the Arab world, on the way they are dealing with how to the inflaming under nationalism or under Islamism. But you have to play it very smart. If you want to counter this, you have another narrative. People are convincing, because standing people in this region, they are emotional. When you said they will vote for Hamas, if they saw something, if they saw alternative, they will vote for it. At the end, people, they want their interest, because they don't see anything else, either Hamas or Abbas. So where are they going? There is no other way. There is no third way for them. If there is third way, of course they will vote for it.
And speaking of being smart, and I'll be brief because we all need a break. I think that there was, you can't fix an injustice with injustice, right? And there was this also trend or sentiment of gloating when the normalization agreements materialized, in the sense that the long-standing paradigm of Israel will never be a nation among the nations until this and da-da-da, and the peace with or normalization with other Arab countries will only be facilitated as the cherry on top, the end of the road. But on the flip side of it, you know, a very fundamental notion in conflict resolution. What can we do? Yes, the situation in Temple Mount, Al-Aqsa compound, is complicated, one on top of the another. Like, there's a deadlock, right, where we can't really move from that. And sometimes you need to expand the stakeholders, the topics, in order to try and break the deadlock. And this is what the Abraham Accords can do, if we are smart enough to utilize it to there. Not to say, well, now the Palestinian issue no longer exists, but now we have more tools, more players to try and seek a solution.
Yes, we have to come to an end. Yeah. But I still would like to add something, or maybe summarize it, at least from my perspective, and then I'm happy to hear also comments from the audience or questions. If we have one or two questions, do we have the time? Oh, okay. Now, we didn't speak about the regional picture and the axis around Iran, Hezbollah, and Syria, like the other kind of. I mean, there is like a strong political and strong political Islam answer. I mean, sorry, it's actually, I have to now mention that it's actually my first panel I'm doing ever. So I'm still practicing. I hope you can bear with me. But I think the topic is interesting enough. So the thing is, it seems like also for the young generation, there is a simple radicalization means simple answers to the complex world we live in, and the also radical Islam, and also Iran, which is with its agenda and with its money is pushing for this for spreading the simple answer. And what I see is, I mean, radical Islam takes the West as like the demon, and human rights as if it's like Western things, and also the alliance now, which is being forged here with normalization, the alliance of Israel with the new partners is being put in a sort of image like you're allying with the devil, with the U.S. and the Zionists. So for the broad population, there is like strong strong Islamist powers. And then there are the ones who actually do an alliance with the devil, to put it very simple. And what I see, and that is a little bit my skeptical conclusion, is that until now we didn't find an answer, an alternative which stands for example, let's say reform Islam, or human rights as part of a Muslim of the Muslim religion, like an alternative also for the young generation, which is attractive. And that, I think, is very dangerous in also looking at demographics in our region. Do you have a very short... Actually, we have to finish. But no, if you have a very short remark, I would like to...
Just very briefly to say the following. There's, nevertheless, agreeing with what you're saying, there is room for tempered optimism. I think for the following reason. If we think of our situation in this country, in May 2021, we had very serious exchange of fire with Hamas, a result of their attempting to fire things up around Jerusalem. Hamas understands that the symbol of Al-Aqsa is a very profoundly important one for the Arabic-speaking population here. They also understand the Arabic-speaking population here is divided into kind of 4 groups: Gaza, West Bank, Jerusalem, and Arab citizens of Israel. And what their project was in May 2021, they talk about it in their media all the time, was to try to use the symbol of Al-Aqsa to unite those 4 populations into revolt against Israel. This was the intention. It didn't happen. It didn't happen. And this is something, for my view, for tempered optimism. Not that there were elections in which moderates won. That would be wonderful, of course, and so on. This is not going to happen for a long time. But it's also not happening. But it's also not it's also not happening that they are managing to fire up the population behind their banner. That they're managing to send the armies of young people into the streets that they would like. It almost happened. It came close in May. It didn't happen. And this, in my view, is a reason for this. Some tempered optimism. They're still very strong. They're still very powerful. I think, at least, that the real deep appeal for their ideas that we saw during the Second Intifada here 20 years ago is not quite there right now. So some optimism.
Thank you very much for your words of hope. And with this, we would like to end the panel. I hope you found it as interesting as I did. And sorry for taking more time. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
So, researchers say, and I know you might think now, Jenny, don't start with researchers say, but it's a good one. Researchers say that if you work a lot with your brain, you lose calories. So we worked a lot today with our brain, I guess. Now we need to fill up the calories. So please welcome to the lunch break.
It was funny because I had a discussion with the Universität in Linz, and they heard about the Media Summit, and they were asking me whether all those people who are on the list really appeared here. They were thinking everybody just sent a virtual note or video, and I told them no, they are really there. And so I'm even more proud on our project. The next panel, I have to admit that I would prefer if it would not be necessary to discuss the topic, but it's vice versa. It's unfortunately very important. Antisemitismus online, what can help fighting against it? The moderator is fabulous Jenny Havemann. Please come here, Jenny. We have to make a little bit advertising for each other. And Felix Klein, Terry Newman, Lukas Mandl, Leonard Kaminski, Yves Kugelmann. Very prominent panel, very important topic. I'm very curious to hear your thoughts. Thanks very much.
So welcome back from the lunch break. Now we lost, we refilled the calories. Now the brain work is starting all over again. We have, very important topic, especially in the recent years. So we're seeing rise in anti-Semitism in general in Europe, but especially online. And I want, first of all, to introduce, of course, our fabulous panelists. And the first one is Felix Klein. Well, the Germans have always very long titles, so I'll read it out. Federal Government Commissioner for Jewish Life and the Fight Against Anti-Semitism. So, welcome, Felix. Terry Newman, welcome, Chairman of the MCC Group and Israel Marine Construction, right? Thank you and welcome to the panel. Lukas Mandl, member of the European Parliament, very easy and short. Thank you for coming. Leonard Kaminsky, your political advisor and author. Thank you for coming to this panel. And Yves Kugelman, journalist and film producer. Thank you, Yves, for coming to this panel. And I would like to start with you, Felix, with the first question. We met at several conferences in Israel, unfortunately also on the topic of anti-Semitism, and you were still, when we first met, you were still a diplomat in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Germany, but also there you were responsible for Jewish communities in Germany. And now for a few years you are the commissioner for the fight against anti-Semitism. So how did your new role change to your previous role? You're still responsible for Jewish life in Germany, but also now fight against anti-Semitism. What exactly did change? What is your job right now?
Well, as a diplomat, you're normally trained to solve problems silently and to be smooth in the back. Now I have to do the opposite. I have to be loud. I have to be heard. And this was the only condition I had when I started with my job, that I can do my own press work, that I'm absolutely independent. I'm residing now in the Ministry of the Interior, but I'm not part of the hierarchy, so I can even criticize the ministry I work for. And this has been respected ever since, and so my job is to coordinate all the measures of the federal government regarding the fight against anti-Semitism, and I'm for 4 years in office now, and I've discovered, the fight against anti-Semitism is a cross-cutting issue. It really touches every single field of government policy, from of course, judiciary, legal things, education, internal security, but also even, of course, art. Maybe some of you have followed these outrageous developments we've seen in Kassel, the Documenta. So I comment on these issues. I make suggestions to ministers, to Parliament, where we can close gaps in punishing anti-Semitism or anti-Israel hate. Just to give you an example, when I took over office, we had a terrible demonstration in Berlin at the Brandenburger Tor, a very symbolic place, and an Israel flag was burned there. And it couldn't be punished because at the time only the burning of the German flag was punished. And I made the suggestion that we punish, that we make it a crime to burn any flag, of course, not only the Israeli, but any flag, because this is not the political culture we would like to have in Germany. Burning of flags is so disgraceful because it implies, of course, that you would like to burn the people of this country. So just as one example, I was heard, and I made other suggestions, and I think it is important that we have that position, that someone looks at the fight against anti-Semitism in a strategic way. And at the same time, it is clear, though, that as a federal government commissioner, I cannot find alone, of course, against anti-Semitism. I need support of the Länder. So this was the reason why I set up a commission between Bund and Länder. Education, for instance, in Germany resides in their jurisdiction. that we talk about it strategically, that we set up structures, and of course that we involve the civil society, also Jewish communities. The Jewish perspective was until then not very much heard, so all these aspects have proven to be important, and right now, and then I'll finish, I work on a national strategy for the fight against anti-Semitism. I'm about to present the document in the next 4 or 5 weeks.
Thank you very much. So Terry, the next question is for you. You grew up in the UK and you also worked in politics in the UK before you moved to Israel, before you made Aliyah. How did you see the development of anti-Semitism throughout the years, and especially, you know, being involved in politics in the UK?
Hello. Thank you for the question, and good afternoon. Listen, officially, statistics for the first half of the year have come out, and there has been a decline in anti-Semitic incidents. In the first half of last year, there was 1,400 incidents. This year, there were 800 incidents. But as I was taught, statistics are like the nutritional information on the back of a cola bottle. What they show is interesting, but what they hide is crucial. Now, the reason for that fall is purely because last year there was a military campaign here between the Israelis and Hamas. And whenever you look at the statistics, you know, whenever there's a campaign here, the anti-Semitic incidents go up. So because in the first 6 months of this year there was nothing going on between Israel and Hamas, there were less attacks in the UK. So it's important we understand that. But I think that there's a bigger picture which needs to be looked at. And you know, we're in a German-speaking, well, we're actually speaking English, but this is a German-inspired event. So if I take the example of Germany, in Germany, your country is called Germany, your language is called German, your nationality is German, your national movement is called German nationalism, at least in the English-speaking world, and if someone doesn't like you, they're anti-German, right? In our world, your country is called Israel, your nationality's religion is called Jewish, your language is called Hebrew, okay, your national movement is called Zionism, right? And if they don't like you, you're an anti-Semite, right? We've got 5 different words. So what's happening is, and if you can think of, you know, at the fairground, there's that game with the frog, and you've got the hammer, and every time the frog jumps up, you hit it on the hammer, and then it moves to the next frog. That's what's happening with anti-Semitism, right? They're moving from word to word to word. We've all of a sudden, we know anti-Semitism isn't allowed, so we hit on that, and it's jumping up as anti-Zionism. That's not allowed, it's going to be anti-Hebrew. And what I've seen in the UK, and I've also seen in other parts of Europe, is that the political leadership has fantastically understood classical 20th century anti-Semitism, right? They understand it, they know what it looks like, they know what it smells like before they even see it. But the frog has moved. And so you can't just keep on hitting that frog there. It's moving across. And we're seeing this also across the internet and in other channels. And perhaps if I just finish with one last thought, and I think this is something which the UK and also, you know, European countries and the EU-wide need to consider. These issues can't be dealt with domestically anymore, and they can't even be dealt with at the EU level. If you take a comparison of what Deborah Lipstadt, for example, is doing in America, right, as the envoy of anti-Semitism, she has to be aware of what's going on the internet in Indonesia and in Malaysia, because that's affecting anti-Semitic events that are going on in America, in the UK, in Germany, etc. So the EU has done fantastic work in areas such as data, for instance. Data standards globally are set by the EU. I think this is another area where the EU can take a lead globally and say these are global standards, and then affect the way that the entire rest of the world deals with anti-Semitic issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Very interesting. Very nice picture with the frog, I think. And you mentioned already the EU, which UK is not part anymore of. So we'll ask a European politician now, Lucas. Why did you choose, you're an Austrian politician, but why did you choose to go to be a politician in the EU. You see a bigger impact on the EU level than on the national level. Like what, and also, I know that anti-Semitism is part of your political agenda, one of your topics. Why?
Thanks. Thanks for the invite, first of all, even if I regret to hear that Britain is not anymore in EU, as you just said. No, I already knew it, I regret it still. Well, I like parliamentarism. I really understand parliamentarism as one of the large innovations of mankind. That's a little big, what I'm saying here, but I really think so. It's like other big innovations we see in technical fields, to talk to each other and to take decisions over democratically legitimized members of parliaments who are elected only for a specific period of time. This is what parliamentarism is about. And I want a Europe with more strength to the outside and more freedom to the inside. That's more or less the claim. And there are a lot of important issues to focus on, and that's why I feel privileged to have this opportunity in the European Parliament. And maybe there are several reasons why I have chosen to focus on the fight against anti-Semitism, but also on the connection with Israel and the strong tie between Israel and the European Union. One is maybe personal, because in the family I was raised, Holocaust remembrance was a big issue. We have talked a lot about. And when I was deputy mayor of my hometown, Gerasdorf, close to Vienna, 12,000 inhabitants, I tried to initiate a remembrance project on a forced labor camp with Jewish Hungarians, children, women, men who were detained there in 1944. And there was nothing about it, not on an academic level and not on a remembrance level yet. Yeah, when I tried to raise that, the far-right party in our country placed leaflets in all the households in Gerasdorf, in this town, claiming that I would just suggest that there was a forced labor camp, but nobody knows anything about it. It's like Holocaust denial on a local level, if you want to. And 1 year later, it was scientifically researched by Simon Wiesenthal Institute, Academy of Science, Dokumentationsarchiv, Documentation Center of the Austrian Resistance, and so on. And it was a project where I strongly got in contact also with the Jewish community in my country, with the representation of Israel. So this is more or less the personal side. And the clear political, you could say strategic side is that Israel is the only democratic, rule of law based country in the Middle East. Israel is a champion in innovation and so on. So we need these ties for European purposes, for Austrian purposes. It's in our very interest to strengthen these ties. And since I follow the definition of anti-Semitism that also anti-Zionism is a kind of anti-Semitism, it's clear that this connection with Israel is itself connected to the fight against anti-Semitism. And there are a lot of fields we can work on, and we have to work on. Not only the security field when it comes to Israel, which is obvious. Israel is a security provider not only for itself, but for the world. We have just listened to Mr. Newman on fight against terrorism and the connection between Hamas and terrorism and so on. So we have so many fields where we can learn from each other and learn from Israel and be also connected for our security within the European Union. But mentioning innovation and academia and education, there are so many fields which can be even more fruitful in the future. That's why I'm happy that after years, not only me, but our Transatlantic Friends of Israel group, which I'm heading in European Parliament, partisan, after years running for that, obviously the EU-Israel Association Council will reconvene in October. And this is an important step to the future. I hope that this will be from EU side really used, let's say, in a substantial positive way, not to see itself, EU seeing itself in some judgment role on anything, but seeing itself really in the role of strengthening ties and building bridges and seeking out future opportunities for both the people in Israel and in Europe and contributing by that also to a better world, actually.
Thank you very much. So, Leonard, you said in your recent article, a little bit of anti-Semitism is part of my professional daily life. Can you elaborate why?
Sure. First of all, thanks very much that I can be here. I would say that it's not even only my professional life. I think for any Jew living in Germany, a little bit of anti-Semitism is on a regular basis. That's just what happens. Be it if you post something on the internet, I'm quite active on Twitter, you out yourself as being a Jew at your workplace or wherever, there's some kind of anti-Semitic ambience noise, kind of a background noise that is always going on. This is something that I think is normal and most people grew up with when they are Jewish in Germany or in any other country. When I say it's normal, I don't want to say that it's okay, but it's something we got used to. What I contrasted this with in my article is that until very recently, I was convinced, and I would say most Jewish people in Germany were convinced that the political elites, the cultural elites in the country were basically on our side, not accepting the normality of anti-Semitism in Germany. This has changed in the year 2022, and I would like to base this on what both of you have said before. First of all, obviously, I'm basing this claim on what happened with Documenta. And secondly, I'm also basing it on what you said, that anti-Semitism has moved on. Basically, it has transformed in order to be more of an opportunity for more people to agree with it. And it's exactly this kind of anti-Zionism that is anti-Semitism, that many in the cultural and political elites, and there's obviously some very important exceptions, and it's not everyone, do agree with. So this feeling of security, this feeling of having the opportunity of being based in a country that fights against anti-Semitism, despite the 20% of Germans that are inherently anti-Semitic, has been lost a little bit. This is what I wanted to speak about in this article that I wrote. So to come to a conclusion at this one, I think this, well, I didn't look up this word, Zeitenwende is a word that has been used in Germany a lot regarding the supposed new foreign policy of Germany. I think for the Jewish community in Germany, Documenta and the tolerance of anti-Semitism within the German elites or parts of the German elites is also Zeitenwende, a new age basically, a negative new age for the Jewish German community.
Okay, thank you very much. Yves, now the question for you. You're one of the most important independent Jewish media publishers in Europe. How did you experience online anti-Semitism in Switzerland, if you have been following it, in the recent years, like especially in the online anti-Semitism in Switzerland?
Thank you, Jenny. I'm for sure not one of the most important, but I'm maybe one of the last, and that's the problem. We used to have, before the Second World War, 600 Jewish independent newspapers. Today we have maybe not even 5 in Europe. And this is what Felix Klein mentioned, the Jewish voice is not there anymore in the public area, and anti-Semitism is in a way the conspiracy against the Jews, so the Jews have to participate on their own platforms. So we in Switzerland have a different situation a little bit, especially you mentioned UK, that's really different. We don't suffer that kind of quality anti-Semitism. What we have is this kind of undercovering anti-Semitism, but we don't suffer from it in a digital world like you do it in other countries. So when I watch our neighbor countries, what they are doing in Germany, in France, especially what they are suffering of, so we can't compare to Switzerland, but we are covering it, and this is what is maybe the important thing, to understand what's going on, what's happening, and understand the mechanism behind it, the structure, and also how successful are we in fighting it.
Okay, interesting. I mean, I haven't been following the numbers in Switzerland, but I guess they're lower than in the rest of Europe. I don't know. Do you have any numbers, like more or less how many incidents in Switzerland there are?
So last year report, but maybe Felix Klein has the correct numbers. It was increasing in, I think, 10%, but the attacks, physical attacks, were about 28. And the hate speech and digital attacks were kind of a couple of hundreds. But if you compare it to the numbers I recently saw in France, UK, and Germany, you can't compare it for many reasons.
Okay, interesting. So, Felix, you are extremely respected within the Jewish community, and I think Leonard will agree. And what is your focus like at the moment? Is it more about, are you focusing more on online anti-Semitism or more on offline anti-Semitism?
Well, of course, first of all, any strategical step has to be, we have to fight all forms of anti-Semitism, and online and offline anti-Semitism intertwine with each other, of course. That's clear. And the basic rule is very simple: whatever is punished in the offline world should also be punished in the online world. When we look at the figures, unfortunately, we have a much more really worrying situation in Germany. We have about 3,000 anti-Semitic crimes in Germany every year. I agree to your assessment. These statistics sometimes don't really show the reality, but they give you a hint of what's going on. And 1/3 of the crimes are committed in the internet. So this is basically Holocaust distortion and denial, incitement of the people, etc. And what I'm working now very intensively on is to implement the legislation that has been passed by the EU, the so-called Digital Services Act, that was passed, fortunately, under the French presidency of the EU. Now, within 18 months, every member state of the EU has to implement it into national law, and this is really a game changer, I think, a new situation, because then the internet platforms are not only obliged to delete anti-Semitic and hate crimes, but they're obliged to report the IP addresses to the police within 24 hours. And this is really, I think, a basic change until now, because we know that too many people think that the anonymity in the internet protects them from persecution, which is of course, which we shouldn't be, and too many crimes have not been persecuted online and offline. So I work very hard to implement that, to make it clear which kind of criminal laws are being implemented then, and also the kind of data the internet platforms have to deliver to the police, because they are very reluctant in doing that. Our government has really tried to work on codes of conduct and try to call upon all these internet platforms, but unfortunately we see there you can only advance with pressure, actually, and they're earning so much money anyway with the internet. So this is, we have to oblige them, and I'm very optimistic that we will have a really positive result. And what's also very important is to enable police and prosecutors to punish and to go forward, to do their work. So this is why I work on introducing anti-Semitism commissioners in every German prosecuting office, that there's a specialist within the prosecutor, but where colleagues can ask. We have had too many incidents, online and offline, where prosecutors did not follow up with punishment, and this is not acceptable. So once again, the setting up of structures within organizations like prosecuting offices, like police, like schools, this is something very effective, and this is what I'm working on. And generally, as I said before, we're working on a national strategy against anti-Semitism, where we defined all the fields of action, and one cross-cutting dimension of it is the perspective of the people concerned, so Jews and also non-Jews that are victims of anti-Semitism have to be included, people like Leonard. This is very, very important to include that. The digital The digital dimension has to be, of course, also be included, and once again, the setting up of structure. So I'm happy to finish with that in the political world, in the parliament, I have many supporters in doing that, because we should be able to handle anti-Semitism in a more strategic, in a cooler way, so to say, and not driven by one incident after the other.
I mean, on one hand, it's amazing that the EU and Germany is doing something, but to be honest, I'm not that optimistic, because I see every day on social media that also there's laws that are set by the countries to, for example, Twitter, but then leads to people are just trying to close for also Jewish accounts by just reporting them, right? And then there are like, I don't know, hundreds of Nazis who are right-wing, whatever, extremists, however you call them, are just reporting Jewish accounts, and then they're closed, and then you can't do anything about that. So, and then Twitter is not even looking properly. They're just following, the laws. And so I'm, to be honest, not optimistic yet, but we'll see. Maybe this one. And yes, if anyone wants to elaborate maybe on that.
I think one of the big problems is that the big social media companies actually do not follow the laws, because as Felix Klein has just mentioned, the law that we have in Germany so far, the Netzwerkdurchsetzungsgesetz, for the German speakers, that's a very easy word. It's kind of toothless. It doesn't do anything. So as you just mentioned, I'm also very hopeful, at least, for the Digital Services Act, the European Digital Services Act, to be implemented in a good way in Germany, so that social media is not a safe space for anti-Semites anymore, because it really is. What they can do there is basically, and many of them do it with the actual names, but they don't have the fear of suffering any specific consequences, any real consequences in real life, and therefore they just feel free to promote their anti-Semitism freely.
Right. So following up on that, Terry, what in your opinion can be done in Europe, but also in the UK, in terms of laws? Like, what do you think can actually help to fight online anti-Semitism in laws?
So there's the IRA definition, which is obviously critical in this discussion, because if you have to have a definition in order to know what you're fighting against. The issue is, and it's very easy, if a generation ago people blamed the media, now they're blaming big tech, right? It's very easy to put the blame on big tech, and I'm not going to be the defender of big tech here, but I think that leadership has to actually come from outside of big tech. It has to come from governments. Just to give an example, in the IRA definition, there's guidelines that says anti-Semitism is rejecting the right of the Jewish people to national self-determination. Now, if in Facebook is a discussion on, is nationalism finished? Does that all of a sudden become anti-Semitic? Or making Jews responsible for what Israel is doing, right? Where is the line? And here, often actually, even countries that have signed up to in many countries in Europe have signed up on it, and the EU itself has also signed up to the IRA definition, but it's not implemented because there's a big elephant in the room, which is that a lot of the time the perpetrators of this form of anti-Semitism are not the skinheads, neo-Nazi right-wing, but they are first, second, third generation immigrants from North Africa, of Muslim origin, who feel if a generation, 2 generations ago, the issue was between India and Pakistan, and that's what defined the line in, right, yeah. Now, what defines their identity is the issue between Israel and the Palestinians. And so, in that whole discussion of what anti-Semitism is, in effect, in order to actually implement what you've signed up on as a government or as the EU, as the IRA definition, you have to take a position against a lot of that world of the pro-Palestinian world, which actually goes into blatant anti-Semitic content. And I think the minute that is done clearly and effectively, then the big tech companies can say, well, this is what the governments want. But until that happens, I can't see Facebook or Twitter policing things more tightly than governments in the EU. So that's where I think it has to be implementation of IRA. That is the biggest thing which EU governments can do.
Okay, so now the ball was again to the EU. Lucas, which European was already? Felix mentioned already the recent, legal regulations, whatever how you call it, in the EU. Which initiative do you find effective? Do you find this one effective, or are there any other initiatives that we don't know yet about, or maybe previous one that you find more effective than the new one?
Well, on the one side, the Digital Services Act, with which we will be finished in fall this year, as well as the IRA definition, which is obviously the one that should be used, of course, politically, legally binding. Also in the academic field, I would say it serves a lot. Also in the media field, since it's a media summit here, I'm so happy that it can take place finally after so many years of pandemic restrictions. So the IRA definition is important. What's not new but pretty recent still is the new EU strategy. It's called To Foster Jewish Life and to Fight Anti-Semitism. Actually, it's the title is the other way around, but I find it better the way I said it. So, Foster Jewish Life and Fighting Anti-Semitism in Europe. And this is, of course, an interdisciplinary approach. As Mr. Klein has mentioned before, we need this interdisciplinary approach in many fields and on all levels of parliaments and governments, on all political levels, as well as in education and in many other fields. So I would try as much as I can to refer to the EU strategy when it comes to the EU action, fighting anti-Semitism, because it's at least a good umbrella to be filled with substance and with concrete action.
Thank you very much. Question to Leonard, also connected to that. So what do you think, which laws that are implemented or not yet implemented do you find effective in Germany? Or what do you think is needed? Which regulations are needed?
Basically, I think I almost answered the question before with the comment when I said something when you didn't ask me anything. Sorry for that. But I just want to add that I totally agree with you, Terry, that obviously the big tech companies, social media companies, won't do the right thing automatically just because we expect them to do it. And this is exactly what I meant. So Germany, and I'm speaking about specifically about Germany right now, has tried to implement a law like that, this difficult word that I just said before, and it didn't work. That's the thing, that's the difference. Like the intention of the law was to make exactly happen what you just said, and it didn't work. And that's why I'm so, I don't want to say confident, but I will say hopeful about the Digital Services Act of the European Union that will have to be implemented in some form by each European member country, that this will actually give governments the teeth to make social media companies comply with the national law. Because until now, it's a lawless zone, basically. And Twitter, Facebook, or Meta, including Instagram, TikTok, and TikTok is a big thing in this question, with all these influencers that have so much, well, influence on young people that have no idea about the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, have no idea about Jewish life and about the basic facts of anti-Semitism, and then these influencers are just able to do anti-Semitic propaganda that gets manifested in young people's heads. So this Digital Services Act really has the, well, at least the promise to give national governments the teeth to make these companies comply with the law and make them do something against anti-Semitism.
Just to add, I think in Germany we have good laws in prohibiting anti-Semitism and encouraging education. But the reality, you know, at the when you look at cases, is sometimes frustrating. Also, including actually the IRA definition, the government of Hessen, the state where the Documenta took place, and Hessen gave a lot of money, I think 10 million euro, for this exhibition. The government of Hessen has implemented the IRA working definition against anti-Semitism, and in this big important cultural festival, the Documenta, with really worldwide, I would say, consequences, spreading an Israel-related anti-Semitism that is disgusting. And yet, you know, they have implemented it, and still this sort of anti-Semitism is possible. So this is why we have to build up structures. We have to do pressure. So I commend Leonard for writing an article like this, because this is important. You have to raise the awareness that anti-Semitism is still there, in spite of, you know, all governments and politicians vowing to do something against it. The reality sometimes is different, and we have to show that.
Thank you. Yves, what is your view on that? Like, what maybe also connected to this new EU law, but also which regulations, you know, do you see will be more effective, or why this one effective or not effective in your view? What do you think about that?
So implementing the law, it's difficult for journalists to help here. we will comment it in a few years. But I think what I like about the law is protection of the victims. So I think this is very important, they get help. And then I also think we can't reduce this discussion, kind of the war in the internet, in the digital world, only on the anti-Semitism and the Jewish issue. We have everything else we are aware of, and we have also a meta question in our free world. What is the freedom of speech? What are the open platforms? Where do we draw lines? How strong should we be with you know, restrictions, regulations, etc.? I think this is a big discussion, and it's not an easy one. The cancel culture is going in all directions, and cancel cultures, sometimes you find your former enemies in the group of victims as well, so you are joint victims, and the opposite way around. So I think it's a very complex thing, and I have no idea how this should work with the regulation and the law. This morning I was jumping into the European Parliament homepage and just reading again the law. So it's very theoretical, it's very technical, and at the bottom line you ask yourself, how do you reach the audience, the young kids, the schools, the educational system? I don't have any answers, but I have a lot of questions.
So let's ask this question also to Felix. Felix, what can be done actually in your perspective? What else? You know, I know you're also your education is in law, but and obviously you understand better than probably we do and most people do. But maybe there's anything else like showing Jewish life, or I don't know, anything that we can do to fight anti-Semitism.
Yeah, I think one important thing, as you've just mentioned, the more, so to say, normal it is to have Jewish life as part of the reality in Europe, the better it is. Because Jewish life is nothing exotic, nothing that came from anywhere, but it is an integral part of European history. And the more people we have that have seen a synagogue from the inside, that have followed a concert, or have seen an exhibition or so, or reading articles about Jewish life, the better it is, because it's a general thing that something you know, you accept, of course, at least the probability that you accept it and you don't fight it is high. So this is why I think we are in Israel here, why youth exchange between European countries and Israel are so vitally important, and to be acquainted of it, and to make it clear that if Jewish life is attacked, general German life is attacked too, and this is what I'm working on too, because anti-Semitism is much more than only a form of discrimination. It's a general criticism of it's a world explanation, so to say, and the people who think in an anti-Semitic way attack democracies, the parliaments, etc., our way of living, and this is what I would like to make clear to the general public, that now it's maybe the Jews that suffer anti-Semitism, but in the end it's the whole of society, and we need to have more people joining in. And the positive experience I have in my past 4 years, there are really a lot of good civil society organizations that help, that are ready to support us. And Leonard has just mentioned, I think, this number that between 15 and 20% of the German population has, hidden anti-Semitic ideas. But this means that also 85% of the population do not have that, and we have to address them in a better way.
I have to answer just very shortly, because I mean, we know each other, and I know you're previously a diplomat, but this is I know what you mean. You're talking about the democratic values are attacked, but I know that there's a big outrage in the Jewish Twitter world in Germany if German politicians say after an anti-Semitic attack it's an attack on everyone. Because it's not. It's an attack on the Jews. No, but I know what you mean. You of course, if Jews are attacked, the democratic values are attacked, obviously, and the society has to stand up for that. Terry, one last question to you. You were mentioning also European-Israeli youth exchange, and now I wanted to ask you as an Israeli, because many Germans are asking me, what do Israelis think about anti-Semitic incidents, in Europe? And I usually say, well, Israelis, I mean, they have enough to follow in their own politics. They're not really following. I mean, some, of course, are, but not that many are following what's going on in Europe. But maybe there's something that Israel can contribute to fight against anti-Semitism.
So I'd like to answer in response to also what you've said, which is that there is two different meta-narratives that have been learned from the Shoah, from the Holocaust and the Second World War, of which I would put Europe in one side and Israel and the United States and perhaps the UK on the other side. And it's amazing the amount of people that I meet that see it differently from the way I see it, but I'm going to describe it because this is, I think, where Israel does it differently with the States. In the European world and their worldview that I've come across, when the Jews got attacked, we all got attacked. So when you look at the Holocaust films, Life is Beautiful or whatever, it was an attack on music, it was an attack on culture. It just so happened that those that got attacked primarily were Jews, but the gypsies, etc., right? So therefore, how do you solve that? You stop nationalism, you stop flag, you stop army, you stop all those things. And that's been, in effect, what's happened in Europe since the Second World War. Massive reduction in military spending, massive reduction in patriotism and all those sorts of issues, right? If you take by comparison the lesson that's been learned in Israel, I think also in the United States, and partially in the UK, the Holocaust happened because the forces of evil were stronger than the forces of good, okay? And therefore, the way that you stop this is you have to have a strong army, you have to know what your identity is, right? And you have to stand up for it, because every now and again, a bad guy, and at the moment it happens to be Vladimir Putin, right? But a bad guy is going to come up and do something very dangerous. And if you can't protect yourself and your values, you're in serious trouble. Now, when you look at Holocaust films, for instance, compare Schindler's List, okay, to Life is Beautiful, or compare the Holocaust Yad Vashem, okay, or the Holocaust Museum in Washington to the European museums. Those are far more particular. This was an attack on the Jews by the Nazis, right? Rather than this was an attack of barbarians on civilization. So if there's one major meta message that Israel can give to Europeans on how to deal with anti-Semitism, and it's not just anti-Semitism, but it's other, it's that you have to be able to protect yourself from the sources of evil, because once in a generation, those forces are going to jump up, and you need to be able to look after yourself.
Just to quickly add something to that, it's funny, in the break we just spoke about this. I think to summarize what, I don't need to summarize what you said because you did a very good job yourself. What I mean to say is that never again in Europe often means never again war, and never again for Jews means never again being annihilated. That's a big difference. Still, what I want to say is, in order to bridge this kind of gap that is between the 2 points of view that you just had, I think both is true in a sense, because saying that an attack on Jews is an attack on our values is a strategy, a way of making the general public in Germany, for example, aware of the dangers of anti-Semitism. Because someone who's an anti-Semit usually is also someone who hates other minorities, usually is also someone who hates democracy. And so this is I think it's a useful strategy to make people aware of the dangers of anti-Semitism. While in the end, obviously, if someone comes up to me and I play football for a Jewish football team in Germany, and when they come up to me and punch me in the face or try to, then they attack me as a Jew and not.
Among my other obligations in European Parliament is foreign policy, security, defense policy, and geopolitics generally, and this is of utmost concern. What in a very, let's say, convincing way, Mr. Newman just said, and just want to emphasize it's the first thing. The second is, I would say maybe nobody is more aware historically and recently about the effects of conspiracy theories than Jewish people. Because anti-Semitism is strongly connected to conspiracy theories, and I would say the rest of the world is in this social media age. Anti-Semitism online is actually the title of this panel, is becoming a little aware now of effects of conspiracy theories because it's so present online, because it's connected with the war of the aggressor, the Kremlin-led Russia against Ukraine, but against all of us, and against the powers of the good, I would say, in connection to what Mr. Newman just said, because it's obvious what was said, and it's also obvious to me, and it's very concerning to me, to see, let's say, some weakness within Europe. We already knew before that there are these weaknesses, but even in this moment of attack and of being attacked, which is applying to Europe, but to all the free world, even in this moment, there is still the kind of doubt which is harmful. I want to share two thoughts. The one is, since it's a media summit, and as a politician, I really try to be very reluctant on criticizing media, because it should be the other way around. It's not our part. And I'm not criticizing, but what I see is that even experts, even people who are into it, even journalists who work on it, sometimes share online conspiracy theories, not because they want to support them, but they want to point on them. And at the same time, they are still sharing it. So that's something I experience nearly every day, and I think, okay, I understand the emotion. I also would like to point on it, and maybe among friends, sometimes I do it and say, look what they are spreading. The people, the persons, the powers, aware of strong power is behind it. Look what they are spreading to make it better understood. But if you share it with the whole public, you're part of the public who is sharing conspiracy theories. So maybe unintended sometimes this happens, and absolutely not only with media, but sometimes also media people and experts in that field are doing it. And the other thing you just pointed out was, as well said by you, Jenny, and by Mr. Newman, on, let's say, anti-Semitism would be regarded to Jewish because they are Jewish. And this is also a lesson for me during this remembrance event in my hometown. I looked at different initiatives in other parts of my country. And there was really an example of a stone, a remembrance stone, with a text. And the text said, many people from all around the world, from each and every direction, were gathered here, forced to come here, and were tortured here, and some died. And a text like this, an emphatic text, but with no word, it was mentioned there that the people were Jewish, and they were forced to go there because they were Jewish. And this was just a lesson for me. I try to share all the time that it's important to exactly point out that anti-Semitism is regarded against the Jewish, and also to use the expression. And the other example is a good friend of mine at home in Austria who is Jewish, And in his university times as a student in the Students' Representation Association, there was established some workshop against anti-Semitism. And all the others pointed on him and said, oh, that's your task, of course, it's a workshop against anti-Semitism. And he immediately said that that's what you are thinking, but anti-Semitism is your problem, not mine. And I know what he meant, and this is also very convincing. Of course, conspiracy theories, especially anti-Semitic ones, because they are, let's say, so deeply rooted in a bad way, it's a sickness in our societies, harms us a lot, and also harms development, and destroys opportunities for all of us, for our children. So there are many good reasons for the future to fight anti-Semitism in all the ways we have talked about today, and I'm really grateful that we, let's say, also had the opportunity to widely spread the issue of our discussion, because what we see at the moment is close to what Guido Westerwelle, the former boss of the German FDP, who died very early, unfortunately, once called spätrömische Dekadenz, so ancient Roman decadency, is that a word? I don't know in English. So this is something Europe really has to focus on now. This unity, this defense capability, the security for the Europeans of today and of tomorrow, and not to be naive anymore. Not to be naive anymore. And this is what we can, thank you, and what we can learn from Israel is, and this is what impresses me personally so much, it could have been decided to found this Jewish state in 1948 and to, let's say, to defeat the enemies who aggressively attack Israel, and then to create a civil society and so on. But this would have been a mess. But it was so wise, and it was even in practice then better than only wise to do both at the same time. To know Israel is at war, has to defend itself all the time against terrorist attacks, against states who are anti-Zionist in their whole statehood understanding and so on, but at the same time created this civil society with everything we see around. And this is really impressive. So it's not only possible, so it's mandatory. If you want to conduct a liberal democracy based on rule of law, a civilization as we understand it, we also have to be capable to defend ourselves. Not only capable, we have to do it. We must defend ourselves, especially now.
Thank you very much, Lucas. The final question goes to you, Yves. And I would actually like to ask you what Lucas mentioned about the kind of like spreading or, copying the conspiracy theories, because it's a really interesting discussion that I've been also following. What do you think as a journalist and as a publisher? Can journalists copy conspiracy theories, or if yes or no, in what way?
Big question, but I would answer it maybe a little bit different, because we are sitting here talking also in a media summit. Anti-Semitism within the media changed also positively. If you go back 20 years ago, it was what today it's impossible to write about the Jews you would have written about them 20 years ago. And if one is attacked in Berlin, in Zurich or somewhere else, it's in the media. So the public space changed, the protection of the Jews changed. And I just come from Basel, where we hosted the 125 years conference for the first Zionist Congress, and Nachman Shai, the diaspora minister, was sitting with us in a meeting, and okay, he was also concerned about anti-Semitism, but he made a good point. We have also here in Israel a big discussion about who is Jewish, what is Jewish. The Western wall crisis is a big challenge for the Jewish community. So it's easy to blame the anti-Semites, but it's also important to have within our Jewish community this discussion about the Jews ourselves. Maybe I have a privilege to be a Jewish journalist in a Jewish newspaper. We can cover it, and we should cover it, because we have also the problem of racism within our Jewish community. So what I want to say is, if we try to separate anti-Semitism from everything, and the enemies from us and the victims, etc., we create new ghettos, new problems, and it's the opposite or the contradiction to what we are, the open society, the open space of discussion, because I don't think, Terry, that we can fight this with weapons. This is not going to work. We have to fight this with discussion, with meeting each other, and I hope we create this kind of platforms where we have on these panels also the other parts of society, also the Muslims, also the Christians, because we can't have this discussion within our own communities.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for this interesting, for all those interesting insights, and thank you to the audience. Thanks to you. Okay. Susanne, are you ready? Okay, now we have a really interesting talk, I would say. It's not a discussion, it's a talk. And it's about Yekes. How did they influence the Israeli history and society? And Susanne Glass, who is moderating this talk, a few months ago, she did actually a documentary on the Yekes that, of course, it had a big influence on the Israeli society and the history. And when they came from Germany to build up the country here, a lot of them were professors, doctors, and I remember one scene that was very funny in this documentary. If you speak German, please watch this documentary. They were telling about how they actually, all the doctors and professors were working on the fields, you know, the agriculture in Israel to build this country, and it looked like that. They said, professor, had Mr. Doctor, Mr. Professor, Mr. Doctor, and they were like heading on each other like stones to build, you know, houses and to build, you know, agriculture. So now we want to hear more about that and about what else did the Yekes do. We have, please welcome Lawrence Weinbaum, Ruti Ofek, Professor Moshe Zimmerman, moderated by Susanne Glass. Well, we have to wait now for the Yekes. They're not punctual.
I go here, maybe Muti here, so sorry, there. So, I think it's a little bit a pity that we have to do this discussion in English, because the Yekes German would be nice, but for sure we do it in English. And after, pardon me? Gott sei Dank, yes, but Lawrence, I figured out that your German is also absolutely okay. I'm very happy that I have here on this panel about the Yekes and how did they influence the Israeli history and society. Jenny, könnt ihr ein bisschen leiser sein, bitte? Sorry. Okay. I'm very proud that I have here on my panel Ruti Ofek. Yes. I met her the last time, I think it was 1 year ago, when you had to close a little bit more, with tears in her eyes, when she had to close the Museum of the Yekes in Teven, which she curated and you were the head of for ages, for 30 years. The museum was founded in 1968 in Naharia, then it moved 1991 to Teven. Now all the things are, as far as I know, in Haifa, in the university, and we're okay, and we are hoping that they will survive, but we're going to speak about this. Thanks for coming, Ruti. I'm happy that I have on my left side Professor Moshe Zimmermann, historian and in science about fighting against anti-Semitism. But we can speak now about the Yekes, because your parents were Yekes, born in Hamburg. Thanks for coming. It's a honor. And last but not least, Laurenz Weinbaum, Director General of the World Jewish Congress in Israel, Israel Council on Foreign Relations, and Chief Editor of the Israel Journal of Foreign Affairs. And we are happy that you're here. Thank you. And when we discussed about the whole media summit, I told you that I was just involved in a film about the Yekes, and you said you have to do this as a panel discussion because you were also involved in a book about the Yekes. I'm sure that almost everybody who's here knows what Yekes means, but we have to consider that we have an audience in the live stream in Europe, and I got a lot of reactions of younger people and younger journalists. So let's try to tell them, what does Yekes mean? Where does the word come from? I know that this is not easy, but I would give this question to you, Ruti. You can try to do the definition from the beginning.
I did it many times before. The easy way is to say Yeke is Yake. So the East Jewish people used to go with long coats, and the Yeke in Israel, not only in Israel, used to wear a short one. So I'm not sure that this is the truth. The second version is that you can say Yeke in the Rhineland, you call somebody that is another man, like a Yek, not a normal one. And this is what I always explain. There is a Hebrew version that I won't mention.
Please, somebody has to mention it.
It is talking about the impossible to understand things. And I'm sure that this was not the truth, but this was only a joke. But these are the
It means Yehudi?
Shehavana, difficult for understanding.
Because we're going to speak about at least 60,000 Jews from German-speaking countries, mainly Germany and Austria, Berlin, Vienna, who came because the Nazis got into power in Germany and Vienna, and they came to former Palestine, later on Israel. And they had a lot of very interesting experiences because they came from mostly bigger cities, cafe houses, middle class, and they came into the desert. So let's stay. Just one more question for Ruti, and then we go to the gentleman here. You came from Austria. You were around 5 or 6 years.
I was a little bit older. I came from Salzburg, and as my father used to say, we came to the...
Then the microphone a little bit closer.
Yeah, okay. My father used to say, we came to the Tiefen Orient. It was an oriental country. He meant with it that it is not civilized like Europe.
And you were wearing a dirndl. How can we translate dirndl in English?
I don't know how you say a dirndl, but this is a traditional
Austrian, Bavarian
yes.
dress.
You can see it until today.
On the Oktoberfest in Munich, which starts soon.
Not only in Austria, you can see it on Sundays, and you can see the people wearing it. And I was showing my kids how a dirndl looks, but I had not only a dirndl, I used to make a knicks. You know what a knicks is?
Maybe you show it?
I have...
A knicks
I
is
forget it.
like this.
Is this when somebody gives you his hand? You are making a little bit like this, and you know, once in the school, it was the last one, the last knicks that I did, because all the children were laughing loudly. What is this? In Israel, can you understand it? In Haifa, in a school, wearing a dirndl and making a knicks. Yes.
Yeah, this tradition is gone, definitely.
I think so.
Professor Zimmermann, you were born here, but your parents came from Hamburg, so you didn't wear lederhose, I suppose, when you came?
First of all, because my parents didn't wear lederhosen for people from Hamburg. Munich is something between humanity and Germanness.
I understood, yes.
So this is why the idea of wearing such a thing didn't occur to them, of course. But beyond that, they were, of course, brought up in Germany, but they tried to bring us, younger people in Israel, up as Israelis. So my first language, my only language until I was a student, was the Hebrew language. My acquaintance with the German language came later.
Did you have the impression that your parents were from the beginning very familiar with the circumstances here in Israel?
No, we have usually this very general picture of the Yekes. People coming from the upper middle class in Germany into the deep desert in the east, and they don't know what happened to them. As usually was said, they came nicht aus Überzeugung, sondern aus Deutschland. They came not because they were real Zionists, but they just came from Germany. In my conviction.
Yeah. They had no other chance.
Now my case is a different one. One of my grandparents was a Zionist already at the beginning of the 20th century. So for him, preparing for immigration to Palestine was not something too radical. Of course, he waited until until Hitler came to power, but he was a Zionist. On the other side, I had a grandparent, a grandpa, who was originally from the eastern part of Europe, from Austro-Hungary. He was not a Zionist. He didn't come to Israel. And his son, my father, of course, had more difficulties with becoming a Zionist. But he did it after 1933. So I think all in all, when they came to Palestine, when they came to Eretz Israel, they had the attention to accommodate to the situation and did not complain all the time about it. They didn't even complain about the weather. And I can agree with them, of course, because weather in Israel for tennis players is much better than in Central Europe.
Professor Zimmermann was just playing tennis. He's coming from the tennis court. Okay, so your parents, they were from the beginning happy to be here. Where your father, did he wear a jacket?
Well, of course, he wore the jacket, like all good Yakers. And he was also wearing a hat usually because he was Orthodox. So the image of the good German was transferred to Israel via my father.
Thank you. Lawrence, I try to figure out where your connection to the Yekes is coming from, because your parents were not no Yekes, no classical Yekes.
First of all, thank you very much. I think I can say that I'm the only imposter on the panel. I am not a Yeke, and my interest in the subject is rather more theoretical, though in fact I can claim some connection, because the first time that I came to Israel, I was not born in this country, was in 1973, so it's close to 50 years ago. And I came with a grandmother who was herself born and educated in Vienna. And my vivid memory is when we arrived in Israel and we went to stay with a kind of aunt of mine, also Viennese. And I spent several weeks, which was, I can say it was an unforgettable time in my life, and perhaps one of the reasons why I am here today. But I remember upon returning home, of course, my parents asked me, well, did you learn some Hebrew? I said, no, but I can speak German now. Not too badly after having been 3 weeks in the house of these Viennese ladies. So my interest actually came from the time when I came to live in Israel, which was the end of the 1980s, 1989 to be precise. And as it happened, I knew a lot of people who were German speakers in Israel, and I was living in Tel Aviv. And at that time, you could still find quite a few German-speaking people in Tel Aviv. Today, sadly, they are very few and far between, mostly gone. And my arrival in Israel coincided with the arrival of a lot of Jews from the Soviet Union, later the former Soviet Union. And it was very interesting to compare the experiences that those people who came from Russian-speaking houses, what did they experience and how was that comparable and how was it different from what Jews who came from Germany and other German-speaking places encountered? And that's what really piqued my interest. And together with a very close friend who is a photographer from Scotland, but whose mother is German, and another colleague, we set about to interview close to 100 Yekes. And when we began the project, we actually restricted our interviews to people who were born in Germany proper, or at least Germany as it existed before the Second World War. So we didn't include Austrians or people from other parts of Central or Eastern Europe who were German speakers. And it was really a quite fascinating exercise. And I think it's important to reinforce what Moshe said. And of course, we're all familiar, or at least those of us of a certain age, with the stereotypes about Yekes, some of which, of course, are based, obviously, on real-life experiences, but they are, of course, stereotypes, and not all of them are completely true. For example, the idea that Jews from Germany never learned Hebrew, of course, that isn't correct. And we could speak about the contributions of Jews from Germany to Israeli journalism in the Hebrew language at length. And to many other fields of endeavor where the Hebrew language was absolutely essential, whether it was in academia or in jurisprudence and so forth. But I found it very interesting, and I put the microphone down in a moment, that I think it was Jenny, began the introduction by saying a very well-known joke about Yekes. And I must say, it's always interesting that whenever you participate in any kind of function about Yekes, very quickly you talk about the jokes that were told about Yekes at the time, even though they were always regarded as being very humorless people. So one of the strong stereotypes about Jews from Germany is that they had no sense of humor at all, which is one of the reasons why there's this body of, there's so many jokes about them. But in fact, I can tell you, and I knew many, and sadly, again, very few are with us, many of them had a very refined and very pungent sense of humor, even though those who lived around them didn't necessarily appreciate it.
I remember you had a lot of also good jokes in your Yekes museum.
Yes,
Tell us.
You know, when I started the museum, it was so serious and in a way very sad. So I said, it cannot be like this. And I asked Shmuley Katz, that was well known in Israel for his paintings. He was working in the in the newspapers. He was born in Vienna, and I came to him with about 60 jokes that Yekes told. This was a collection of Andreas Meyer, and I gave it to Shmulik and asked him to paint about 6, 8, some jokes that people can feel a little bit the living, you know. It was another situation. And at the evening he called me and said, I cannot do it. And I said, how come, Shmulik, you made so many of things like that? And he said, yes, this is so, but I cannot stop laughing.
Tell us some of those jokes.
I think the most famous one was that the Yeke that don't know to swim, and he's in the water, in the sea, and he's calling loudly, Hatzilu, Hatzilu, save me, save me. And two Yekes that were going on the shore said one to another, you should have learned Hebrew.
Yeah, but seriously, Moshe Zimmerman said his parents, they came and they were Zionists and they were very content because they were happy that they managed to come here, and they didn't complain even about the weather. But I want to, before we come to the influence, the actual influence of the Israeli society, I would like to look back a little bit to the circumstances. And not all of them were very happy. Some of them were really suffering, because I also remember that in your museum you had one of those old huts, and they came. It was very hot, it was dusty, and they had to manage to survive somehow there in this surrounding.
I always used to compare this aliyah, this immigration, with the aliyah of the Russian Jews, because they didn't come to Israel like Zionists, but they became Zionists. And they believed in the country. And even so, it was so difficult in the hut. I used to explain that it was difficult, no doubt about it. But they saved their life. And this was the important thing. If you think about it, what happened to the other members of the families, so you can understand it.
Uri Buri, the famous cook in Akko, he's also a Yeke, from a Yeke family, and he told us that one of his neighbors who came from Germany woke up every night at 3 o'clock and he was crying, die Gestapo kommt, die Gestapo kommt. And they all were hearing him, and then he went back to bed. So this is also the burden they brought to Israel.
Yes, I'm sure about it. I can tell you about my mother that in her last weeks, she used to tell us, why did you come here? You are young. Today they are collecting only older people. And this was the Gestapo room in Prague. Because this is what she had in mind. She never told me about it. Never. She didn't mention it. But this is how it was. She wanted me to be a happy child and not to be with this story.
Burden on your shoulders. Is it true that the Yekes were very punctual? Because you were here, you were waiting outside, and you were asking me why the panel is...
Unfortunately, I have an appointment later, so I have to be punctual. But I think it's very easy to make jokes about the German Jews. It's very easy to make jokes about the German Jews. They were, of course, punctual because it was a part of their upbringing. Those German Tugende, the characteristics, good characteristics of the good German, coming originally from the Protestant church, were also practiced by the Jews, the German Jews. This is the way they were brought up. This is how they were taught in schools. So you had to expect them to be or to live by those guidelines, which are the guidelines for the general German bourgeoisie of those days. To make a joke out of it is, of course, very easy, and this is why we have so many jokes about the Germans. Talking about humor and the German upbringing, one of the most well-known musical that was played in Israel was written by a Yeke, by Sami Groneman. That means that somebody coming from Germany could write a musical which is humorous, which is delighting, and people enjoyed it very much without knowing, by the way, who this Sami Groneman was. They believed that it was written by somebody else. But you may find a lot of people who learn something about how to read and how to write humor. And in fact, most of the children who grew up in Israel read Erich Kästner. And if you read Erich Kästner, you read something which is humorous. This is something which is originally German, carried by Yekes over to Israel, to kids who were not originally Yekes.
And the Yekes also brought machines. They had a lot of a very huge influence on the Israeli society, because we were speaking now about jokes, but it turned somehow. The people, they respected them a lot, and it was not any longer a schimpfword to be a Yeke.
This is in the last 10 years. Before it was a schimpfword.
Well, this is exactly the point to be made. There was a decision made by the Israeli court that the word Yeke is not considered to be a pejorative adjective or a name for somebody. But what is very significant for German Jews was something that they called the influence or the contribution, the Beitrag. Der Beitrag der deutschen Juden zur israelischen Kultur, which means the input of German Jews into Israeli society or Israeli culture. This is something that they imported from Germany. In Germany, German Jews were always eager to show that the Jews in Germany influenced or contributed to German culture. Beitrag der Juden zur deutschen Kultur. Now they came over to Israel and they had the same mechanism, not vis-à-vis the Germans, but vis-à-vis the Israelis. The majority of the Israelis was from Eastern Europe. So they had to show that they had something specific, something special to contribute to Israeli society, and they tried to make a long list of what they did in order to enrich Israeli society. In industry, in economics, of course, in academia, in sciences, but also in sports, of course, because they imported all kinds of sports from Central Europe to Israel.
I think, Susanna, that in the film, it was said by Yori Hirschfeld, when his grandfather is telling him, the Yeke was telling him, you came late. And he told him, here we are eating exactly at 1 o'clock. And if you are not here at 1 o'clock, so don't come.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And also he said that his father, I think he was a lawyer or advocate, but he had to start as a farmer. and he had no idea which way around he had to put this.
The egg.
Exactly.
They didn't know from where it came from.
But you spoke about the list they made about their contribution to the Israeli society. Lawrence, you're not a Yeke, but I think in your book it was also very interesting, the description about the influence of the Yekes for the society. Can you?
Well, first of all, returning to what Moshe said, I think today, and you alluded to this as well, to say that somebody is a Yeka is in fact very flattering. So if you say in many contexts, well, you're describing, let's say, some, what would be called Hebrew, Bal Mikzoa, you know, any kind of person who's in a trade, and you say he's a real Yeka, you mean that you can rely on his work, that it's going to be done properly. And you're talking about people who came to Israel or to Palestine at a time when the use of rulers was uncommon. Somebody would draw a line, and they wouldn't usually use a ruler. And there was I don't know, an urban legend that rulers were not in use until Yekes came. When they wanted to do something, and they were making a plan, they used a ruler. And I can give you also another example. I remember there was a Yeke coffee dealer near the central bus station in Tel Aviv. If I remember correctly, he was either from Bremen or Kiel. And I remember visiting his shop. It's long gone, and unfortunately he's also ended his earthly journey. But he explained to me that when he would sell coffee, and he showed me, the scale was always set to 10 grams below zero. Because he said, if I'm selling 200 grams of coffee, the bag, which I have weighed, is exactly 10 grams. And it would be dishonest to sell the coffee with the weight at zero, when in fact the customer should not have to pay for the package. So that was very typical. That was very typical of Yekes. But in terms of their contribution, and of course we could evaluate it in so many different ways. But it's obviously something certainly outsized to their number of people who came from Germany. There was a great Anglo-Jewish historian whose name is probably long forgotten, except to somebody like Moshe Zimmerman, Louis Namier. And he wrote in 1942 something about German Jews, and he said, look, in 1914, the Jews in Germany accounted for 1% of the population, but about 20% of the German intelligentsia. And he said in the same year, German Jews, or German-speaking Jews, pardon me, accounted for about 1/12 of the Jewish people, but about 50% of the Jewish intellectuals. So you can imagine whatever percentage of Jews from Germany did arrive in this country, they were certainly punching above their weight. I mean, they brought an enormous amount of competence in so many different fields. But I just wanted to add one thing to what Ruthie said, which I think is important to remember. And of course, most of the German Jews who arrived here, who came from these houses that were, we can call them gut bürgerlich, some of them were a little bit wealthier, some of them were lower middle class. And of course, when they came to the country, their standard of living dropped. But I think it's important to remember they also suffered another trauma. One, they were ejected from German society in a very dramatic and I would say a very violent way. And they were ejected from a society to which they really believed they belonged. And this is somewhat different than a lot of Jews who came from Eastern Europe. And I'm making now a generalization of the type that historians should not allow themselves, but I will allow myself on this kind of a panel. And that's to say that many Jews in Eastern Europe didn't necessarily identify with the host culture. And Jews in Germany, for the most part, strongly identified with the host culture. And suddenly the host culture cast them out. That was trauma number one. And trauma number two was here these people who we can call them reluctant immigrants. They were not immigrants by conviction. There were, of course, Zionists in Germany, but as Moshe pointed out with his own grandfather, most of them still remained in Germany, and suddenly they show up here. And all the places of influence and power are occupied already by these Ostjuden, for whom, I mean, they had, I don't want to say disdain, but they didn't think too highly of. And suddenly those Ostjuden, in some respects, said, look at these bloody German Jews coming here. Well, finally, we'll teach you who's master here. And they did so in a way that I think for those people was very traumatic, especially because they themselves felt that they are culturally superior to all these people who are calling the shots. And in a way, you can see the experience of lots of Jews from the former Soviet Union in a through a rather similar prism, because a lot of them felt we are culturally far superior to these bloody Israelis, and look what we're reduced to doing here. Of course, that changed very quickly over time, and their contribution is certainly no less great than that of the Yekes. But I think there's one other point which we cannot forget, and that is when the Yekes came here, this was a country that looked always in terms of the collective, not in terms of the individual. And the German Jews were individualists. They were middle-class people for the most part, and they strongly believed in the right of individuals, and it's not a coincidence that you found them gravitating to the political middle. They were not extreme people in either direction, for the most part. We can talk about the exceptions, but those were the exceptions that proved the rule. And I think when we step back now, and again, we're many generations since those people arrived, we can appreciate even more what they brought to this country, even if at the time it wasn't necessarily recognized.
Thank you. To quote Nehemiah's secretary, who was my Dr. Vater, Yaakov Talmon. Oh. And what he usually said, the difference between him coming from Eastern Europe, Yaakov Talmon, and me, of German Jewish origin, was that they, the Polish Jews, looked down on Polish culture, whereas the German Jews, looked up to the German culture. This is why the shock was much deeper when they came over to Palestine, and he knew it because his his mentor was the founder of the history department or the discipline of history in Israel, Köbner, Yeke, coming from Germany, from Breslau. So I think it is a very important point to make. The Yekes didn't only suffer because it was too hot in Palestine, but because it was a kind of a vengeance that they were suffering from. In Europe, they looked down on the Eastern European population. Ostjude was a nasty word they used against the Ostjuden. Now they became a minority under the rule of Ostjuden within Jewish society in Palestine. This was a real shock.
It's very interesting, thank you. What would you say without the Yekes? In which country would we sit today?
I believe that we would be in another country because there are so many things that the Yekes brought with them, and we did not mention that even so. They brought the culture with them, but they used to make some concerts and even movies and meetings.
Justice system.
Yeah, like they used to do it in Germany. You know, once they had a meeting of the Silvesternacht. They were celebrating. They used to do the same things that they were once they did in Germany or in Austria. So it did not vanish. It was there. And I think that what the Yekes gave to the state of Israel is a lot of culture. And I heard another idea that maybe that this is not a good thing.
The culture, or
yeah, that they brought it, and that we are a country that doesn't belong to the Middle East. We belong to Europe. I don't know. I'm not sure that this is true.
The jury is still out on that one.
I don't know. I was very surprised, but yes.
We have to
there are
be
people that
very
live
careful
it.
about
it
this
was not
kind.
on, yeah.
We have to be very careful about this kind of an approach. It is an arrogant European approach. There is a European culture, a Central European culture, is an Eastern culture, a Mid-Eastern culture. Each culture tries to contribute to the, let's say, to the complex which is called society. The question that you asked is, for an historian, an excellent one, because it is called virtual history. What would have happened if, just imagine, there is an immigration from Eastern Europe, from Morocco, from Iraq, but not out of Germany or Central Europe. What would have happened to this society? Of course, you will get at long last at the idea that it won't have been a totally different society than it is at the moment. The contribution is there in the judicial system, in culture, in the universities, and so on and so forth, but it's not only a contribution made by German Jews. It is a contribution made by Western society, by Western tradition. So we have to be more complex about the answer to this question, and this is why the question should be asked.
Could I add something to that? Yeah.
Oh, you have it.
Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, it's very interesting to speculate, and people have done that before and after every wave of immigration. But in a way, if we are looking for an appropriate metaphor for Israel, it's kind of like a big vat of soup. And there's a soup that's on the fire, and then suddenly a huge quantity of some spice is dumped into the soup. And whatever spice it is, and suddenly the soup tastes of that spice, and then suddenly another spice is added. It changes the flavor altogether, and it all sort of mixes together. And in a way, this is very similar to Israeli society. If you ask in a word, and I was thinking while we are having this discussion about what is the contribution of Yekes, I thought suddenly, I remember the words of a very well-known rabbi who came from Germany, who presided over a well-known synagogue on Ben Yehuda Straße, Yichud Shivat Zion, Rabbi Ansbacher, whom I knew personally. And he always said that in our synagogue there is something called decorum. And that would be the word I would use. What did the German, they brought a certain sense of decorum, which maybe was lacking, in addition to all the other things that were discussed. And if you say, what would Israel have been like without that contribution? Impossible for us to know. But I would say it would have been a much less sympathetic place. Not that it would have been more or less European or more or less Middle Eastern, but I think we can identify the contribution that they made in those different fields, and it's finally time to recognize it. And by the way, we could have this exercise with immigration from all parts of the world. Jews who came from all the different places from which they came, they brought something here. And it's very funny, at least the older people in the audience, and so I'm counting us, will remember that very famous skit with Uri Zohar, you know, when all the waves... Sorry?
Two on the shore.
The two on the shore. The two immigrants arrive, and first you see the Russian immigrants arriving, and then you see the next group, I think they came from Poland, and finally the two Yeke immigrants, and the guy is, I think they're also in Lederhausen, the guy's carrying one of those gramophones, you know, all the Arik Einstein, and always Arik Einstein, all these funny stereotypes. And then the next group come, and then I think they're Moroccans, and then they're Georgians, and then off to the corner you see these two Arabs looking at it, and of course they're playing all the roles. So that's what our society is, and I think that's the beauty of our society.
And he's saying, "Du Dummkopf."
But you brought up, I think, a very good example for how influence may lose its power over time. Talking about the German Orthodoxy, die Neue Orthodoxie, Rabbiner Shivat Zion. This is a group to which my parents belong. They brought with them a modern sort of orthodoxy into Israeli society, which is very different from the old orthodoxy in Eastern Europe, and also different from orthodoxy or religiosity in the Arab world. They tried to use this as an input into religious life in Israel. And their influence evaporated. So today you might say, well, they tried, but they didn't succeed. So they didn't influence society after all, if you look at society as it is at the moment.
Maybe the Yekes are also modest, because none of you mentioned now that they influenced a lot, for example, the justice system. They influenced a lot the Casa Maccabi. The Gesundheitssystem came from the Yekes. So maybe you want to add this?
You know, they brought to Israel the private system. So the private system was in the health. They established the youth court. This was very important. We know exactly that there were so many physicians that there were more than this country could use, even so. And I think the whole thinking individual, it was very German to do what they like to do, not what the Histadrut told them. But they did it what they wanted to.
Well, you're right. There are a lot of fields into which German Jews stepped in when they came over to Israel. One of the fields is politics. Usually they complained that they were not influential enough in politics, but they were influential.
Very few.
Few of them became even ministers, became very important politicians, but they introduced ideas coming from their surroundings back in Central Europe. For instance, if we think about the relations between Jews and Arabs in the Middle East as an ideology, improving those relations, thinking about a society which is tolerant, Jews versus Arabs, Arabs versus Jews, the idea of Brit Shalom,
Martin Buber.
To which many other, Martin Buber and Ernst Simon and others belonged, the idea of establishing a society in the Middle East which will be both Zionist and tolerant, not directing its effort towards the next war or the next conflict, but trying to get over a conflict and live in peace with the surroundings. This is also a very important Yeke contribution to the discussion, but long ago, because this kind of a discussion is not effective anymore in the Israeli society of today, which is nationalistic, right-wing, and racist.
So, Susan, could I add just one thing? You know, one of the other, I think, characteristics of the Yekes was the devotion to the idea of the rule of law, that the law is something to be respected. And we spoke earlier about all the different jokes there are about Yekes. Well, one that stands out that's very relevant to this discussion, you know, there was a party called Aliyah Hadasha, you know, which was a kind of party of immigrants from Germany and Central Europe. And in the last days of the mandate, they said there was a meeting of the party central committee, and somebody said, you know that the Haganah has a secret radio transmitter, and the Irgun has a secret radio transmitter. I think it would behoove us also to get a secret radio transmitter. So they delegated one person from the Central Committee to look into the matter, and he was told that at the next meeting in a fortnight they could have a discussion about that. So they called upon Heinz 2 weeks later to deliver his findings. He said, I'm sorry to say, I applied to the British for permission to have a secret radio transmitter, and it was declined.
Yes. I'd like to come to the last question. You described yourself as a Yeke. Your children, are those still Yekes?
Nothing to do with it. No. My daughter is living in the United States. making a postdoctorate, and they have nothing to do with it anymore. They're far away from it. They loved their grandmother very much. They don't know any German because, you know, Deutsch ist meine Muttersprache, but it is not theirs. We are talking only Hebrew or English, yeah.
So, can we come to the conclusion that the Yekes assimilated somehow to the society but contributed a lot?
Of course, the Yekes, like all other immigrants to Israel, assimilated at long last. Assimilation is a relative, of course, the definition. It's always a question how far you assimilate into your surroundings, but Yekes assimilated. I don't think that people of my generation are any more Yekes than Israelis, and for the next generation the answer is very clear-cut. The Yekish origins are remembered, are considered, are a part of the tradition of the family, but nothing more.
Add something to that, and again, I am not a Yeka. As I told you, I am just an imposter.
That's why you are invited.
But I think one thing that has perhaps reawakened interest in the German heritage is the fact that it has become relatively a simple matter to acquire German citizenship based on one's heritage. So in other words, if your grandfather was a Yeke, even if you don't necessarily speak German and you haven't cultivated your German heritage, it suddenly becomes attractive to look into this, and you find many thousands or tens of thousands of people who have acquired German citizenship on that basis. And my guess would be, and what I'm telling you is not based on any research, it's only anecdotal, I think that among those people who have reacquired German citizenship, and sometimes it's just for reasons of convenience, they want to live or study in Europe, or it's just easier to travel around the European Union or other parts of the world on a German passport, I think it has aroused a certain interest, at least in learning the German language and looking into roots which may have been, well, kind of dormant or forgotten.
I think that they are really using it. My 3 children, everyone has his own European passport, an Austrian one, but this is used for traveling. They are using it.
Traveling is also a good thing, because traveling means that we can build bridges between cultures and countries. That's also why we have the initiative to this media summit. People are traveling to see us there. So I think it was very interesting, and for all the youngsters, if you hear he's a Yeke or you behave like a Yeke, don't beat the guy, be happy. It's not a schimpfword any longer. It's something good. You can also use it because...
It's a compliment.
It's a compliment. It's a compliment. Today it's a compliment. It is really
I want to tell you that everybody who stayed with us so long the whole day, you are also Yeke. Thanks very much.
As long as you don't call them Yeke pots.
Okay, so welcome back from the break, and now we have the final talk of the second day of the Media Tel Aviv, and the talk is with young German journalist and moderated by Susanne Glass.
Hello, and this panel was supposed to be moderated by Stephen Schmerz. He is the head of the Bavarian State Foundation here in Israel, but unfortunately he's tested positive with corona, but he's feeling good. That's the good news. The bad news is that he cannot be with us. We wish him all the best and hope that he will recover very soon. And we decided to do this panel in German because we have mostly German speakers here. And if you are watching us via live stream, use the opportunity to learn a little bit German. We had a panel about Yakkes before. And you see, it's always good to understand some words in German. Ich freue mich sehr, dass ihr da seid. Junge Studentinnen, Journalistinnen und ein Journalist aus Bayern, und zwar finanziert auch von der bayerischen Staatsregierung hier auf dem Media Summit. Ich wäre euch sehr verbunden, wenn ihr euch mal kurz selber vorstellt, für welche Zeitung ihr arbeitet und warum ihr gesagt habt, es interessiert mich, nach Israel zu kommen. Darf ich mit Leonie Hudelmeier beginnen?
So, mein Name ist Leonie Hudelmeier. Ich freue mich auch sehr, hier zu sein. Vielen Dank an dieser Stelle auch nochmal für die Möglichkeit. Ich bin von der Tageszeitung Münchner Merkur und ich bin dort Volontärin in der Politikredaktion. Und als mein Chef auf mich zukam und mir die Frage stellte, es gäbe die Möglichkeit, nach Tel Aviv zu gehen, habe ich sofort Ja gesagt, ohne auch nur eine Sekunde drüber nachzudenken, weil ich war tatsächlich noch nie in Israel und fand das eben auch hier in dem Kontext dieses Media Summits eine super gute Möglichkeit, eben auch in Kontakt zu kommen mit Journalisten, aber eben auch mit der Gesellschaft und eben hier so mal einen kleinen Überblick zu bekommen, weil ich sonst bisher wirklich recht unbedarft bin mit dem Thema Israel. Und fand das eben jetzt eine gute Möglichkeit, hier jetzt einzusteigen und auf jeden Fall weiterzumachen.
Und der erste Eindruck von der Fahrt Flughafen ins Hotel?
Super, also sehr, sehr pulsierende Stadt. Der Flughafen war ja also super, alles toll dort. Sehr überfüllt war der Flughafen tatsächlich. Aber der erste Eindruck war auf jeden Fall so, wie ich es mir vorgestellt habe. Ich habe natürlich schon vorher vieles gehört. Tel Aviv eilt ja ein sehr guter Ruf voraus und ja, das wurde auch so auf jeden Fall bestätigt. Sehr große Stadt mit vielen Möglichkeiten und ich komme auf jeden Fall wieder mit nächstes Mal mehr Zeit.
Danke, und vielleicht auch noch andere Teile des Landes anzuschauen,
Das
weil
sowieso,
das ist, ja. Bitte.
Mein Name ist Simona Zuckermann. Ich schreibe für das Straubinger Tagblatt, das ist in Niederbayern. Ein kleiner Ort, aber dennoch kann man vieles damit beeinflussen. Wir haben zum Beispiel eine der ältesten Synagogen in Bayern und dadurch, dass meine Familie zur Hälfte jüdisch ist, fand ich das eben auch interessant, wieder nach Tel Aviv zu kommen. Das ist mein zweites Mal hier im Land und neue Impulse und Ideen und Blickwinkel kennenzulernen von diesem Summit hier.
Das heißt, Sie waren schon mal hier?
Genau.
Und wie ist denn prinzipiell jetzt Ihr Blick auf Israel? Wie sehen Sie dieses Land?
Ich persönlich finde, das ist ein total innovatives Land und sprüht halt auch vor Ideen, egal ob es jetzt kulturell ist oder die Technologien, die entwickelt werden. Es ist immer spannend mitzuverfolgen, was hier passiert.
Dankeschön. Paula, sind Sie das erste Mal da?
Das ist tatsächlich mein zweites Mal in Israel. Ich war erst im Juni hier, privat allerdings, also auch meine erste Reise jetzt als angehende Journalistin und als Journalistin eben noch in Ausbildung. Ich mache momentan mein Volontariat bei der Augsburger Allgemeinen und ja, war wie gesagt im Urlaub hier im Juni und wir hatten direkt danach nochmal so journalistische Seminare und Workshops, wo wir ein Thema mitbringen sollten für eine Magazingeschichte oder einfach eine längere Geschichte und dann eben ein Thema aus Israel mitgebracht. Und dann kam zufälligerweise eben von der Akademie der Bayerischen Presse ein paar Wochen später die Anfrage rein, ob nicht jemand zu diesem israelischen, europäischen Media Summit gehen möchte. Und da hat natürlich dann unsere Leiterin zuerst an mich gedacht, weil ich eben gerade erst aus Israel ein Thema
Was ist denn Ihr Thema?
Hatte. Ja, als ich im Juni in Israel war ich eben auch in Hostels und habe da auch junge Leute in meinem Alter ungefähr kennengelernt, die eben auch gerade auf ihrer Taglied-Reise war. Also Taglied, ich denke, es ist jedem hier, glaube ich, ein Begriff. Es ist eben eine Organisation, die allen Jüdischstämmigen weltweit ermöglicht, mal nach Israel zu reisen und ihre Wurzeln kennenzulernen, generell das Land kennenzulernen. Und das fand ich eben sehr spannend, weil ich persönlich auch davor in Deutschland auch noch nicht wirklich in Kontakt war mit jüdischstämmigen Deutschen. Und zufälligerweise, es war dann der zweite Zufall, der sich in der Zeit dann zugetragen hat, dass genau jetzt zu demselben Zeitpunkt, wo jetzt der Summit auch stattfindet, ist auch gerade eine deutsche Tagliedgruppe hier. Und ich habe mich dann mit denen jetzt noch am Montag treffen können. Also wir haben uns am Toten Meer getroffen und sind dann zusammen nach Jerusalem gefahren. Und ich wollte es eben auch nutzen, um eben auch mal auf jüdisches Leben in Bayern dann einzugehen, wie diese Jugendlichen, die eben jetzt diese Tagliedreise machen, davor ihre jüdische Identität in Deutschland wahrnehmen, wie die das da praktizieren, was das überhaupt für die bedeutet, was die auch über Israel schon wissen oder nicht wissen, was die dann eben hier erleben und wie das sie dann vielleicht auch nachhaltig in ihrer Identität prägt oder auch nicht.
Da sind Sie uns im Weltspiegel voraus, weil wir das im Weltspiegel auch schon geplant haben, dieses Thema. Jetzt bin ich schon ganz neidisch. Wie war denn jetzt der Kontakt mit diesen jungen Leuten da? Waren die alle ganz begeistert oder gab es da auch welche, die ein bisschen zurückhaltend waren und noch nicht wirklich wussten, was sie wollen?
Es war tatsächlich anders, als ich es mir erstmal vorgestellt hatte, weil ich hatte davor eben auch erstmal mit dem Gruppenleiter gesprochen, der hatte mir dann schon erzählt, dass eben viele Deutsche, die Taglied, diese Reise machen, weil in Deutschland ist die Mehrheit der jüdischstämmigen Community dort, stammt ja aus der ehemaligen Sowjetunion, heißt, die sind eher säkular aufgewachsen und sind deswegen meistens noch nicht so in Kontakt mit ihrer jüdischen Identität bekommen. Und für die ist es dann wirklich, wie ja da auch die Übersetzung von Taglied ist, wenn ich es richtig weiß, Entdeckung, für die ist es dann so eine richtige Entdeckung, erstmal ihre jüdische Identität da erstmal in Berührung zu kommen. Und tatsächlich war es jetzt aber so, bei der Gruppe, die ich jetzt am Montag getroffen habe, dass da schon viele sehr, sehr reflektiert waren und da war sogar einer dabei, der hat schon 2 Bücher mit 19 über das Judentum geschrieben und über jüdisches Leben in Deutschland und also welche, die sich sehr, sehr intensiv damit befasst haben, aber es gab auch die komplett andere Seite, also auch wirklich welche, die zum ersten Mal in Israel waren und genau, also es war wirklich ein sehr, sehr buntes Feld von den Teilnehmern.
Und wann erscheint der Artikel?
Es dauert wahrscheinlich noch eine Weile, weil es ist auch die erste Geschichte, die ich für den Mantel schreibe, weil ich gerade noch in meinem Lokaljahr bin im Volontariat. Und es war jetzt, glaube ich, für Oktober auch erst geplant, genau.
Sehr spannend. Joshua, als wir im Vorfeld Kontakt hatten und besprochen haben, was Sie so alles machen können, haben Sie gesagt, Sie interessieren sich, wenn ich mich jetzt richtig erinnere, besonders auch für den Kampf gegen Antisemitismus, ne?
Ja, wahrscheinlich. Habe ich sicher gesagt.
Ja.
Also bei mir also ich bin auch zum ersten Mal in Israel, alles sehr aufregend für mich. Das Interesse kommt bei mir wahrscheinlich über die Shoah-Erinnerung in Deutschland und das hat mich so ein bisschen begleitet. Interessanterweise hatte ich nicht über die Schule, wie wir alle wissen, in Deutschland ist es meine Notizen sind auf Englisch, das muss ich umdenken. Mandatory, also
verpflichtend.
Verpflichtend, danke. In der Schule zu lernen über die Verbrechen des Zweiten Weltkriegs und den Holocaust. Wäre vielleicht auch so ein Punkt, den ich rüberbringen möchte nach meiner Erfahrung. Ich habe erst im Studium wirklich eine Idee davon erhalten, was der Holocaust eigentlich bedeutet und irgendwie eine Verbindung aufgebaut. Und in der Schule ging das aus Gründen, über die ich mir auch Gedanken mache, nicht so gut. Und im Studium, ich hatte dann in Jena studiert, in der Nähe von Weimar, in der Nähe Gedenkstätte Buchenwald und hatte da einen ganz anderen Zugriff, unter anderem einen literarischen, also ich habe Politik und Literaturwissenschaften studiert und da haben wir eben gelesen, auch so, also Autoren wie irgendwie Primo Levi, Imre Kertész, also Menschen, die also Überlebende, die im KZ waren und darüber geschrieben haben. Und das hat mir einen Zugang dazu ermöglicht. Genau, und das kam dann irgendwie immer wieder und jetzt, also ich mache ein Volontariat bei der Süddeutschen Zeitung. Passenderweise habe ich da, also wir haben auch eine Lokalstation, kein Jahr, aber auch relativ lange und ich war in Dachau, in der Stadt Dachau und da ist ja eben auch die Gedenkstätte und habe über die geschrieben und auch da kam das Thema halt wieder und immer wieder die Frage, wie erhalten wir diese Erinnerung? Funktioniert das noch, jetzt wo wir an einem Punkt sind, an dem Zeitzeugen immer mehr und mehr nicht mehr da sind, einfach, wie erreicht man junge Menschen? Das sind so Debatten, die eben auch da in Dachau irgendwie stattgefunden haben und noch nicht so richtig beantwortet sind. Ja.
Ich finde es toll, dass Sie sich diese Gedanken machen. Jetzt möchte ich aber schon noch mal nachfragen, wenn Sie sagen, in der Schule nicht, hatte das persönliche Gründe, in die ich nicht reingehen möchte, oder eher, weil es im Schulsystem einfach nicht so funktioniert?
Also ich kann jetzt nur von meiner Erfahrung sprechen. Ich habe aber schon das Gefühl, in der Schule, es kommt auf die Lehre an und es ist sehr formalisiert. Also wir haben nie mit einem Zeitzeugen gesprochen. Das passiert an manchen Schulen und dadurch entwickelt man eine persönliche Verbindung zu dem Thema. Und ich glaube, die braucht man, ansonsten bleibt es abstrakt und man lernt Zahlen und Daten und man lernt, das war schlimm, was da passiert ist, aber es fehlt der persönliche Zugang. Das habe ich dann erst später gemerkt. Ein Problem ist auch, oder was heißt Problem, es ist einfach so, viele Menschen, ich würde auch sagen die meisten Deutschen kennen keine jüdische Person. Also es ist einfach nicht präsent in ihrem Leben. Und die Frage ist dann, wie kann eine persönliche Bindung entstehen? Über Zeitzeugen, die es aber nach und nach nicht mehr gibt, über die Familie, und das ist auch ein Punkt, mit dem wir uns im Studium beschäftigt haben, ein Blindspot, würde ich sagen. Wir haben viel zu wenig in der eigenen Familie nachgefragt und nachgeforscht. Was haben unsere Großeltern oder deren Eltern im Krieg gemacht und in der Hitlerzeit, weil wir es aus verschiedenen, vielleicht auch guten Gründen, aber und jetzt ist es eigentlich zu spät. Und das fiel eben auch weg. Also noch ein persönlicher Weg, der irgendwie verschlossen bleibt jetzt. Und genau, es war sehr formalisiert in der Schule und es fehlte dieser persönliche
Ja, es sind sehr viele wichtige Punkte, die Sie sagen, und es gibt ja tatsächlich auch das Projekt Meet a Jew mittlerweile in Deutschland, dass eben man sich mal damit auseinandersetzt, wo ist jüdisches Leben und wie findet das statt. Aber jetzt finde ich natürlich spannend, Sie haben ja gesagt, Ihre Familie ist halb jüdisch. Wie sitzen Sie hier da und hören sich das an, dass die meisten keinen Kontakt bisher hatten zu Juden in Deutschland?
Ja, ich habe es selbst ja in meiner Schulzeit auch miterlebt. Ich bin im Religionsunterricht 10 Jahre lang in der Synagoge gewesen, statt Ethik zu besuchen. Das haben aber meine Klassenkameraden nicht, weil ich es verheimlicht habe, aber mein Gott, bis man 16 ist, interessiert das Leben anderer einen nicht besonders. Und wir waren dann eben auch mal an einem Tagesausflug in Dachau. Und dann hat meine Lehrerin mich gefragt, weil ich ja eben Jüdin bin, wie ich es denn gefunden habe. Und dann kam es so aus den Reihen, ach so, du bist Jüdin, so sieht eine Jüdin aus. Und
das ist eigentlich schon Antisemitismus.
Und das ist vielen in diesem Alter vor allem, denke ich, nicht klar. Und ich bin mir relativ auch sicher, dass, also ich will es jetzt auch nicht verharmlosen, aber dass es nicht böse gemeint war, sondern dass einfach die Aufarbeitung dieses ganzen Themas einfach fehlgeschlagen hat, weil eben die Vermenschlichung fehlt. Das wird zu abstrakt behandelt und man lernt, in den Schulbüchern stehen, welche Menschen damals ins KZ gebracht wurden, nach welchen Merkmalen, und dann habe ich grüne Augen und bin Jüdin. Ja, gibt es denn sowas? Das war für viele irgendwie nicht klar.
Glauben Sie, dass bisher genug gegen Antisemitismus in Deutschland getan wird? Wir haben ja auch Felix Klein hier sitzen gehabt.
Ich finde, es wird viel getan. Ich bin meiner Meinung nach zum Beispiel nicht sicher, ob es auf die richtige Art und Weise getan wird. Anstatt wirklich sich dann kampagnenmäßig auf Antisemitismus zu konzentrieren, wird versucht, Antisemitismus überall zu thematisieren, wenn es um Judentum geht. Und das ist meiner Meinung nach falsch. Ich finde, dadurch wird dann Juden und Jüdinnen so eine permanente Opferrolle zugesprochen, in der ich mich zum Beispiel nicht befinden möchte. Bestes Beispiel, ich habe eine Reportage über einen Rabbi geschrieben. Ich habe ihn den ganzen Tag bis zum Schabbesgottesdienst begleitet. Und bei der Abgabe hieß es, ja, aber wie geht er mit Antisemitismus um, geht er mit der Kippa durch Straubing und was sagen seine Großeltern zum Zweiten Weltkrieg? Ja, aber das war nicht das Thema. Ich wollte eben die Vermenschlichung darstellen in der heutigen Gesellschaft eines Rabbis. Und wenn an diesem Tag nicht antisemitisch angegriffen wurde, warum soll ich es denn thematisieren? Aber immer wieder diesen Blickwinkel einfach irgendwo reinzuquetschen, wo er vielleicht gar nicht reingehört, anstatt einfach mal konzentriert nur darüber zu sprechen, das fehlt, finde ich.
Das ist auch ein sehr wichtiger Punkt, weil man dann natürlich, wie Sie sagen, es immer wieder in diese Ecke drängt. Dann ist es kein normales jüdisches Leben, ja,
Genau.
sondern dann wird es immer wieder, das ist auch etwas, was ich tatsächlich jetzt nochmal auch mir überlegen werde und künftig noch stärker, auch wenn wir Reportagen machen, einfließen lasse. Das finde ich sehr, sehr spannend. Jetzt als ganz neu hier, worüber würden Sie denn jetzt schreiben wollen oder haben Sie auch schon ein Thema?
Dadurch, dass ich ja in der Politikredaktion bin, interessiert mich natürlich auch das viele Politische. Und was mir eben auch in der ganzen politischen Debatte immer so aufgefallen ist, das hatten wir heute Vormittag auch schon, dass es in dem ganzen Nahostkonflikt eigentlich natürlich immer nur um die Bad News geht und dass immer, wenn dieser Konflikt wieder aufflammt, dass das dann immer tagesaktuell Thema ist, aber dass es irgendwelche Annäherungsbewegungen oder irgendwelche Friedensbewegungen auch gibt in diesem Konflikt, das wird sehr wenig in den täglichen Medien irgendwie dargestellt. Und darauf darauf würde ich mich auch mal gerne konzentrieren, eben so ein bisschen konstruktiven Blick drauf und ein bisschen konstruktiver Journalismus eben in dieser politischen Debatte.
Finde ich toll, tun Sie das. Nee, echt. Also wir versuchen das ja immer wieder, dass wir sagen, auch konstruktive Beiträge zu machen, denn die Leute sind es zum Teil auch leid. Ich bin es selber leid manchmal. Ich kann selber schon die schlechten Nachrichten manche Tage lang gar nicht mehr lesen und gar nicht mehr ertragen, gebe ich ganz ehrlich zu.
Ja, es geht mir jetzt auch gar nicht so darum, jetzt nur so ein positives Bild zu zeichnen und jetzt immer nur gute Neuigkeiten, das geht ja in einer Konfliktsituation überhaupt nicht, aber dass man wenigstens versucht, einen Ausweg aufzuzeigen oder wenigstens so einen kleinen Strang, an dem sich der Leser festhalten kann und nicht einfach nur als Schlusswort, das ist ein Konflikt, der ewig lang schwelen wird. Der wird niemals besiegt werden. Das finde ich halt so ein recht fatales Schlusswort, weil das demotiviert einfach die Leser und uns als Gesellschaft auch.
Vielen Dank. Haben Sie denn noch andere, jetzt aus Ihrer Sicht als jüngere Kolleginnen und Kollegen, andere Ratschläge für uns, wo Sie sagen, das würde ich jetzt im Journalismus mal anders machen, wenn ich dann tatsächlich was zu sagen habe, als ihr das getan habt?
Mehr Frauen. In Führungspositionen.
Ja, Joshua, was soll ich sagen?
Hier ist es erfüllt.
Ja, aber da tut sich ja schon was, ne? was Frauen betrifft. Allerdings muss man dann als Frau auch dabei bleiben und nicht, wenn dann die höheren Positionen angeboten werden, doch wieder sagen, ich habe kein Interesse dran. Das gibt es auch. Gibt es denn von eurer Seite aus dem Publikum, ich fand das jetzt einen sehr spannenden Panel, muss ich sagen, mit vielen Anregungen. Gibt es hier noch Fragen oder Anregungen von euch an unsere Kolleginnen und Kollegen hier? Nein? Doch? Das sehe ich, ja. Bitte? Joshua hat genickt.
Ja gut, bei mir war es durch die Gedenkstätte in Dachau wahrscheinlich recht einfach. Sonst ist das tatsächlich eine große Frage eben, weil ich glaube, vielen Menschen ist das fern, also israelisch-deutsche Beziehungen, worin äußert sich das? Meistens im Holocaust-Gedenken, würde ich sagen, was man im Alltag noch mitkriegt, und selbst da ist es schwierig. Ich habe das Gefühl, dass das an vielen Menschen vorbeigeht. Wir haben über die AfD gesprochen. Die haben ein enormes Wählerpotenzial. Nur jetzt gerade, weil sie sich so zerstreiten, nicht. Aber wir haben darüber gesprochen. Es ist sehr viele, also Antisemitismus ist einfach sehr verbreitet. Und die werden eben nicht erreicht von dem Holocaust-Gedenken. Aber um auf das Lokale zurückzukommen, in Dachau war es interessant, weil also sobald man eben so eine Gedenkstätte hat im Lokalen, kann man halt ganz klar an der erzählen, wie funktioniert da Erinnerung. In Dachau liegt die Gedenkstätte mitten in so einem hässlichen Industriegebiet. Das wirft schon mal irgendwie Fragen auf. So wie wird damit umgegangen? Eine Anekdote, 2015 hat der damalige US-Präsident Joe Biden die Gedenkstätte besucht, also er war in Deutschland und eben auch dort und war eigentlich ganz angetan und hat später ein Buch, also seine Memoiren, veröffentlicht und da ist auch eine Passage über diesen Besuch zu finden und er kritisiert die Gedenkstätte darin, dass es ja nichts zu sehen gäbe dort. Also man sieht nichts und dann meinte er, ja, es stehen noch 2 Baracken, in denen Häftlinge untergebracht waren, wenigstens da sieht man was. Das Problem war allerdings, was er nicht wusste, dass auch diese Baracken Rekonstruktionen waren, also es sind keine Originalen. Und ich habe darüber nachgedacht, aber es gibt ja dieses Rekonstruktionsverbot aus guten Gründen, aber ob er nicht auch einen Punkt hat, weil man sieht tatsächlich wenig. Und in Yad Vashem habe ich teilweise mehr gesehen, im Holocaust-Museum in Washington habe ich mehr gesehen. Und da, also das ist halt ein Beispiel, wo dann so ganz große, klar, wenn da Joe Biden ist, kann man das daran erzählen, und dann ist es auch nicht mehr so ganz lokal. Aber dann irgendwie an diesen sehr, sehr kleinen Debatten, wie geht man mit diesem Appellplatz um, wie geht man auch mit den SS-Baracken um, die von der bayerischen Bereitschaftspolizei genutzt werden, was ich auch seltsam finde, in Dachau. Und das sind so lokale Geschichten, die man da erzählen kann. Aber ich weiß nicht, wie es bei euch ist, wahrscheinlich schwieriger.
Was ich bei mir, also ich arbeite derzeit noch im Lokalteil und was immer gut rübergekommen ist bei uns ist, wenn man sich einfach mal den Kalender ansieht, wann welche Feiertage gefeiert werden und sich dann entweder Gemeindemitglieder oder sonstiges raussucht, irgendwie Kontakt versucht herzustellen, entweder mal den Abend dann in der Synagoge verbringt, über die Geschichte, den Feiertag aufklärt, eine Familie zu Hause vielleicht mal besucht, wie die das feiern. Das sind immer menschennahe Geschichten, die immer in der Zeitung funktionieren würden.
Absolut. Und mit beiden finde ich jetzt auch spannend. Als Trump in Yad Vashem war, hat Trump ja ins Gästebuch geschrieben, "Great to be here." Fand sein guter Freund Netanyahu offensichtlich angemessen und nicht geschmacklos. Ich habe mir nur dann gedacht, ein deutscher Politiker, der reinschreibt, "Great to be here" in Yad Vashem, das wäre, glaube ich, nicht so gut gekommen. Ihr wart ja auch in Yad Vashem. Was nehmt ihr denn vielleicht als letzte Frage, was nehmt ihr denn damit verbunden mit, merkt ihr schon, wie dieses Land ja auch sehr spannend ist? Ich meine, man fährt nach Jerusalem, ist in Yad Vashem in der Gedenkstätte, beschäftigt sich mit der Geschichte und dann kommt man hier wiederum nach Tel Aviv, am Strand, in diese Bubble, wo das Leben ja auch ein ganz anderes ist. Und wenn ihr morgen Abend mitkommt, wozu ja auch andere eingeladen sind zum Empfang von Tel Aviv, von der Stadt Tel Aviv, dann sind wir da eingeladen. Die wollen uns ein bisschen das Nachtleben zeigen. Und die Stadt Tel Aviv, die hat auch ganz klar zu mir gesagt, Susanne, ich möchte, Sie kommen aus Yad Vashem, die kennen Jerusalem, ich möchte Ihnen aber auch das andere zeigen, das heutige Israel. Wie ist das für euch? Das muss doch auch flashen irgendwie.
Ja, da könnte ich was dazu sagen, weil ich ja auch jetzt noch nie in Israel war. Es ist auf jeden Fall, wie Sie gesagt haben, super flashend. Und ich nehme da auf jeden Fall mit, dass es diesen Austausch, diesen deutsch-israelischen Austausch noch viel mehr geben muss. Also auch wie jetzt zum Beispiel der Präsident Herzog auch gesagt hat, also wir werden durch unsere Vergangenheit immer verbunden sein und was genauso wichtig ist, auch durch unsere Zukunft. Und das finde ich eben einen ganz schönen Gedanke, dass wir in der Zukunft eben anders verbunden sind und deswegen sollten wir diesen Austausch einfach noch ausweiten und auch noch viel, viel mehr pflegen, weil eben, was wir jetzt auch schon angesprochen haben, In der Schule wurde das sehr, sehr statisch thematisiert mit Geschichtsbüchern und Lückentexten. Aber wenn man auch mal wirklich einen Schüleraustausch machen würde, wir hatten Schüleraustausche nach Frankreich und Spanien, warum nicht auch nach Israel? Und das finde ich eigentlich einen ganz, ganz wichtigen Aspekt, wo ich finde, dass man da noch viel mehr machen kann. Ich weiß, dass Bayern da schon sehr viel macht. Ich war leider nicht in Bayern auf der Schule. Aber da könnten auch andere Bundesländer sehr gerne hinterherziehen.
Vielen herzlichen Dank. Wenn es nicht noch eine dringende Anmerkung, Frage von Publikumsseite gibt, dann muss ich für mich sagen, dass ich diesen Panel jetzt wirklich sehr genossen habe und auch der mich wieder darin bestärkt hat, dass der Austausch und das Miteinanderreden so wichtig ist, weil ich auch jetzt von diesem Gespräch mit euch für mich einiges mitnehme und das freut mich sehr. Und noch ein letzter Hinweis, was Sie gesagt haben, wegen wie erhalte ich das Erinnern lebendig. Da haben wir ja morgen auch einige Projekte dazu da, die da vorgestellt werden. Ich glaube, das ist dann auch noch mal ganz spannend. Vielen Dank. Danke euch allen noch auch mal fürs Dasein.
So, yeah, we would like to thank you for the second day of Media Tel Aviv, the Israeli-European Summit. We hope you enjoyed it, offline and online again, and yes.
And we see each other again tomorrow with very interesting topics. For example, how to keep the remembrance alive, and also new media projects. What could be the future for the media. So we hope to see you tomorrow again here in this room or on your screens. Thanks. Bye. Have a nice evening.